match them and do all the matches.
Thank you for joining us. This is the WNT PA Open Qualifier event. I am your tournament director today, Bellarina, also known as Queen Bee. We have currently right now Steve Fleming against Madison Ortiz. We have a field of 17 players this morning. And a really great payout. So stay tuned and enjoy. Thank you for tuning in. This is a WNT PA Open Qualifier event here at First Break Sports Bar. Currently, you're watching Steve Fleming and Madison Ortiz play their match. Steve is at a 4 right now with Madison at 1, race to 6. It is a modified double elimination, so the races will go up as the brackets go up. Race to 6 now, then in the second would be race to 7, race to 8, and then the final would be race to 9. We have a field of 17 players today. My name is Bellarina Smellarina. If you'd like, please go ahead and like this video. That would be great. And if you'd like to come through and watch live, we are at First Break Sports Bar in Sterling, Virginia. Thank you to Chris Wilburn for helping set up and allowing me this such a great opportunity. Thank you to all the players that have joined today. Fortunately, Madison did not be able to make it, so gives ball in hand to Steve, which makes it a 5-1 race. Steve is on the hill. Maddie needs 5 more. Thank you for joining and have a great time. Yao won 6-3 on the race. The next up is Rafael Reyes against Emil Baca here on table 7 for a race to 6. Stay tuned.
So what had happened here was it looked like Emil had hit the 8 ball, or dropped the cue ball, and it hit the 8 ball. So that is a ball in hand foul back to Rafael.
Test, test, test. So here we are. Raphael just took it 5-2 race, right? Yep, 5-2. Raphael on the hill, and Emil will need 4 more. We have the next match up. It's Davis Cizena against Michael Yednak on table 7, race to 6. We are starting shortly. There is a little break. We will be right back. Thank you. We're going to have Madison Ortiz commentate for David and Michael's match today.
All right, good afternoon, folks. It's Madison Ortiz here live for the PA Qualifier. We call her Bella. She does an awesome job here. I'm going to commentate the rest of this match. Michael is leading. 3 racks to 1.
And that is
2-1.
like work where you just show up like your day is filled with repetition. But
All right, little correction there on the score, 2-1. Everyone knows Yetnek. He's a very honest, great player, so he just corrected Bella and I, no worries. Strangely enough, the tables are playing a little tough today, but once you get the speed down, they're actually rolling pretty consistent. Playing tough but consistent, I'll leave it at that. Mike elects to have a safety get behind the 4. She's going to leave David a pretty tough kick. He'll probably come from the head rail behind the 1. He's looking to kick it out and maybe cover up the line with the 4 again. Yeah. Right idea, but the execution wasn't there. Mike is probably going to elect to pay the 1 in the top corner. 2 ball, bottom left. Mike's just trying to figure out the line, how to get from the 2 to the 4. He's gonna back cut this and come 2 rails into the line for the 2 into the corner. For this tournament, folks, it's just cue ball fouls only. He's just going to pull this back above the side. Perfect execution there from Mike. He's keeping an angle to get from the 3 to the 4. The cue ball is going to hit right around where he's pointing. It's going to skirt across the table. And he should have the 4 ball up in the top left corner. Interesting there. I thought he would elect to go behind the ball, but he's been shooting pretty well, so he may bank this into the side, but he has to leave a line for the 5. Or I'm not really sure. think David can actually see a piece of this ball. You need to keep an eye on the 5 and the 6. If he clips this ball, he might catch the 5. And you just never know sometimes. Yep. Very well struck there from David. Knowing his game, he's going to come up and down. 6 and 7 into the same corner pocket.
She teaches. She's a teacher. And she's been working on the side of the yeah, for a month.
Nice there. He's going to spin off the bottom rail to get behind the 8 and the 9 in the side pocket. Should be a fairly routine out for David, knowing his skill set. And he's pretty familiar with the tables here. He's been shooting pretty well. Where he's placing his hand now is where he wants the cue ball to land to give a proper angle to also get behind the 9 in the same side pocket. Nice there. He came a little fat with the angle, so he'll come off the long rail and still get behind the 9. Yep. Well struck there from David. Routine 9 in the side. David evens up the score line 2-2. Racing to 6.
Bonds with like 99 cents on the dollar. And he's like,
Okay, folks, rack number 5. Scores tied up 2-2. David breaking. Missed the one on the side, but the wing ball goes down. No shot on the 1. He's going to elect to push out somewhere, but it better be a good one because Michael's really good at jumping, and he probably knows that. So wherever he decides to push, better be a good spot. Good. Seems to be setting a little trap here. He gave Michael left side of the 1. I see Michael playing a good save. 3 rails behind the 8.
they can play with numbers. Like you can make them cost as much as the in-state full out pocket. Even the in-state's going to get you like a quarter of that cost.
Oh, he elected to go forward and leave him up table. Has coverage with the 6 and the 7. Smart.
Can you watch him? He's asking if you could watch him. Yes. Thank you.
As usual, we have Bethany Sykes causing trouble on table 6. She shot really well today. Against me, anyway. I'll leave it at that. All right, so David's going to the air. Keep an eye on the pink 4.
Great hit.
Worked out well for him. Having a good time here at first break in Sterling. There's nothing wrong with having a good time while you're playing, right? David's going to come off the long rail to try to get the 1-2 combination. I think he's just going to go one rail and not 2. Yep. Well struck, but no fortune there. Michael's going to try to play tic-tac-toe. I think the tricky part for this rack is going to be landing on the 3. If he could figure out how to land on that 3 to get behind it closer toward the side pocket, then knowing Michael's game, he should be out. Yeah, those points are tricky when you're shooting up towards the side pocket. Those are always tricky. It's a good opportunity for David. This should go across the table, 2 rails on both sides of the long rails to get behind the 4. Great pace on that shot, keeps the angle for the 6, naturally tracking. He just needs to miss the 8 ball when he goes up table. If he elects to go, draw, or he can go forward and punch out 2 rails. Looks like he's going forward to punch out 2 rails back towards the center of the table. Good shot there. You always want to keep an angle right when you're running out in 9-ball or any other rotation games. You never want to fall flat on the ball. Good shot there. I just talked about laying flat. He's a little bit flat, but he can create an angle if he elects to spin. He may be able to spin this out 2 rails where his hand's pointing. High right spin, but it's tricky with these diamond tables. And again, they're playing a little tough, but they're definitely consistent. So once you get the pace down, you should be okay.
Yeah, we have a policy on it, and we also I have like an extension, we use Google. So, yeah, everybody has problems. Everybody does. So, when they submit something, I have an extension that are in like 4 times speed, show you the right.
Yeah, that's about the best he can do with that. When you punch out, it kills the energy of the ball, so it actually, you wonder sometimes if you hit it with so much pace, but when you do punch out, it really takes the energy in, so the ball doesn't track as far as you think it may.
But then I read it, and then I wasn't.
Oh, so you can see them. You can see that actually. Do they know that? Do they know you have that?
I did tell them.
If they know you have it, they have ways to.
If it's working.
Yeah, that's one of those where you just have to take what the table gave you and just try to stay down. When you put inside spin, sometimes it flattens out the angle. I think that's what happened to him there. It kind of hit high. Might seem like he hit it a little fat, but I think it was actually the spin that flattened out the angle on him. I think Mike's just going to cut this and go just one rail up the table, leave the cue towards the center. It's a really good shot. It's tough now because these side pockets are unforgiving. So I know him, he's going to go for it. You just have to stay down and stroke through the ball.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's where he is. It's like, I mean, it's crazy. He's giving me on these.
There you go. Another bead for Michael. He's taking two.
One of us wants to learn how to cook, the other one ordered it out.
Telling her that, she's going to Daddy's house tomorrow. Yeah.
Because they send you like you just have like the Campbell soup packet and putting it in. Because they took the Campbell soup packet out, put it in a bag, so close to you, charge you 50 cents, 50% more.
Some of us try with skill, and then some of us chat GBT our way through it.
All right, we're back, folks. Bella's just taking care of business in the back. She's... Yeah,
No,
Bella's
you're
just
right.
taking...
Sorry.
No, it's all good. Bella's taking care of business. She's a jack of all trades here. She's doing everything at once.
Jill.
She is the Jill of all trades. I love it.
Thank you, Maddie, for
No worries. Yeah, we're having a good time, folks. We're here live at First Break Sports Bar in Sterling, Virginia. This is the Pennsylvania Open. Bella is our great Jill tournament director. Come on down if you're close to the area. They have great food here. Some of the tables may open up soon. We don't know. We'll see.
Haley's bartending.
Haley's here. Come check us out.
All right, Jeff, one more bullseye.
All right, folks, we're still on the winner side of the bracket here. This is a race till 6. This tournament, it's being conducted with matchroom rules. Nineball is on the spot. And it's going to be a modified double elimination.
I'm trying to get her to watch. I started watching. What was it, Jeff?
Yedneck's doing Yedneck things, just playing tic-tac-toe as best he can to navigate around the table. The 7, 8, 9. What? Too loud?
No, I love it.
Oh, 7, 8, 9's tied up in him. He's playing tic-tac-toe. Bethany was also playing tic-tac-toe. Unfortunately, I was her opponent. She was tic-tac-toeing the hell out of me. All right, he's going to follow out 2 rails toward the center of the table. Perfect pace. See how he's keeping that angle? He's going to come up and back for the 7 in the side.
Watching it one point, and I was like, this is really good. I like it. I can't get her to watch anything. She doesn't like dramas. She doesn't think about it. She's a lady. I'm not, again, I'm married.
Oh, yeah, from this angle it looks like probably what you're seeing on the stream as well. Obviously it looks like the 7 doesn't pass, but it does, so that's why he just elected to draw over.
When did you say that? I said an hour ago. I don't know.
Really good stop ball there, as you can tell. Mike does a good job at simplifying his pattern, so it's really good to watch. Gets another bead. Now he's 2 games ahead and raised to 6.
I did go first.
All right, so Jeff, you get a chance to close it out. Really?
One red bullseye.
That's it.
Ooh, so close.
Don't let him win.
He's great. I'm so excited to see him.
I'm sure I can call him. I'm sure.
Mike's putting on his spectacles to make sure that the rack is tight, no space. You want that rack as tight as it can be. It's a little easier, obviously, with the templates, but even with the templates at time, you need to be careful because you can actually leave space if it's not loaded properly. All right, folks, this is rack number 7. Michael Yennek breaking, winning 4 racks to 2. Watch the one on the side.
You can take your strong ass out of here with your national or whatever.
That was a perfect rack. I do a lot of teaching with referees. As you can tell, if you ever have a 9-ball that does not move the same way that you're seeing here, that means the rack was pretty much deadlock perfect. So I know us certified referees, that's a little thing that we have that we always check when we're doing our events to make sure that the 9-ball doesn't move. That just constitutes a perfect rack.
How do I become a certified referee?
I will tell you that. It's a great question. Bella asked how you become a certified referee. There's actually a few different certifications. The most common one is the BCA certification. It's done once a year in Las Vegas. It's actually, it happens around the February time frame. For folks that want to know about that, just reach out to me, Madison Ortiz on Facebook. I can help you sign up for that one. And there's other certifications as well, but again, that's the first one you want to have in your repertoire. Good question, though, Bella. Thanks for it.
Sign me up.
Tom was talking about the old Philly mayor. He used to beat him. That's right. Yeah. That's okay.
All right, David's getting back at the table, looking at a long ball, and he drains it. He's been stroking pretty good this tournament, so good for him. Keep it up. Shouldn't really take these angles for granted. It's always good to walk around and check out the angle. But again, David's pretty familiar with these tables, so he has it down. I think the 6-9 actually might be wired for the combo in the corner, so that's what he's peeking at now. Not sure if the 6 passes the 7, so he either has to land dead straight or get behind the 6. Or he could just elect to stop and go for like a cut combo if the 9-ball's wired, which is what he did. For these combos with the 9, you don't really want to baby these. You want to make sure it fires pretty much in because you don't want to leave it. Nice shot. Great shot for David there to sneak a bead. David. Yeah.
You good?
Yep. All right, Mike elected to take a little break. David's keeping it in a scrappy match. He's a really good local player that knows how to stay in the game, if you will. So it's good to see how our local talent's progressing with all these events that are going on. There's much more than what we used to have a few years back. So it's really good to see the progression of players.
I like it a lot, but she also, it's funny, like I can see she shapes Tom. She's the more aggressive.
Are you not shaped by Christina?
I think to a degree, but I don't think he does shape.
So for the local DMV players, we got some good news. Bella's going to start a chip tournament at first break, I believe on the 18th.
August 18th.
August 18th. We're going to start Nineball chip tournaments. I think it's every Sunday at first break. Should be fun. Always good. It's always good to have those chip tournaments because it gives you a chance to hone in on those things that you mess up on in the tournaments. Excuse me for laughing at myself, but there's going to be 1 p.m. on the 18th. David didn't pull any punches on that break. He made sure it spit out. This is a really good rack for him. I think the only trouble would be the, well, 2 areas I see now. He needs to get down for the 2. And then that 4 in the side is pretty tricky. So those are the 2 areas I see for this rack. But it's a fairly wide open rack. Every ball has a pocket. So it's a player's dream, right? You want an open table like this to move that rock a little bit. David lets it out. It's perfect pace here because it's going to keep an angle. Get 2 to the 3 in the side. Now the 3 where he lands on the 3. Again, that's the key to the rack now because exactly where he's pointing. He needs to figure out the 4 ball, and this should be a quick rack for him. Landed a little straight. He's going to have to create something here.
So in my mind, I'm like, are you hanging on? Do you think you'll be able to change things better?
I don't think he can draw it out towards the center. This cue ball, yeah, he's drawn out towards the center. Good shot. He's not going to get enough on it, though. So, I don't know if he's going to try to cut that on the side or not. Or this is a little toughie. If he tries to cut that 4 on the side, he needs to watch out for the scratch, believe it or not. Or he could push the cue ball up towards the 8. Yep. Oh, he went to get behind the 9, but that's pretty much all he had because he landed funny on the 3. Mike is going to have to try to bank this because there's no real safety that I see. Yeah, he's going to fire this in the hole. That was a nice try on his part. David needs to definitely capitalize on this because I really thought Mike would have known Mike the way I know him. He's really good at those banks. So I was surprised he actually missed that. So David needs to jump on this opportunity to score, to tie up the score line.
So he still looks the same.
Again, David's pretty familiar with this table, so I thought he was going to put it behind his back like the Filipinos do all the time, but he got the bridge. Uh-oh, Bethany put on the sweater. We're all dead now. Everyone's dead. She puts that sweater on. We're in trouble. We're in trouble.
They keep it cold so that the pool table
Yeah, plays true.
stays
Yep,
good.
yep.
It doesn't expand or make it
There you go.
slow.
Look at Bella getting the science on that. I love it. Mike's just going to pull out
Don't
towards the
hire me
center.
for no reason.
You got this. Oh, well struck. I have to tell you, like, I know Mike's been on the road a lot this past 2 years, and I see it in his game. He does a lot of great instructional videos as well for those that follow Mike Yetnick. Like I said, personal friend of mine, very knowledgeable on the table, and just really seeing the work paying off. That one's a little tough. He might get fortune on the 8. Yep. I always say good things happen to good people, but people hate when I say that. He's going to stall this and come around for the 9. Yep. Fortune there. Fairly routine 9 for Michael. Yep. Got one there. I'm sure David's not too happy about that fluke, but that's the world of Nineball that we all live in.
I also led my day with an 8.5% chip.
We both combined heads in the course.
46. Now you're puffing out your chest. Talking about your old man's room.
There's like 4 knots in there.
All right, so Mike's the first to the hill.
Entry rate 100 entries. That's awesome. That was amazing.
I got
A couple of those in your pocket, basically. But
Oh, wait, we got to take. Yeah, I'm going to take it. We're going to be. I already prepped her the broke. She said it's a.
All right, rack number 9. Michael leading, 5 racks to 3, racing to 6. Michael's on the hill. 1 on the side, wing ball down, shot on the 2, 8 ball down. Really good break there. 3 balls down on the break. I think he has a good enough angle on the 2. Four and 5 are tied up. Here we go. I know he wants to do quick work of this rack, but cue balls against the rail, those are always hard. And for this, he's gonna have to jack up a little bit, which throws off the contact point a bit. You have to compensate for it. So
try not to crash.
just taking a double look at it.
Do you want to drink anything, Maddie?
Oh, I'm good. You know what? I'll have water. Yeah, I'll have some water.
With ice? No ice?
Yeah.
With ice?
Thanks. Yeah.
It's not gonna close. It's not gonna close. It's okay.
I get nervous. Nice shot there from Mike, and that's about as best as you can get on the 3. What he did, you basically have to just stay down, follow through, and don't jump up until the ball goes down. That's for sure. Here he's going to come straight up from the bottom rail and get behind the 4 on the side, and if he lands well on this 4, should be it for the rack. And the set, for that matter. Yep. He's just going to pull this ball back, keep an angle to get behind the 5. Yep. Very well done. He actually wants to stun the 5 here. He wants to stay right about, he wants to leave the cue ball right about where the 5 is now. I don't know if he wants to float past. That's where he's looking at now. He knows he's going to have to give him where the cue ball's, where it is, in reference to the bumper. Yeah, he doesn't want it to move too much. He wants a stun stroke here. Well done there. Michael's playing really well here. He's going to pull this back. It's going to drift over and keep an angle for the 9 in the corner. Very well done. Good break and run here from Michael. Definitely well deserved. That will do it. Great shooting from there from Michael. Really, really good shooting. David as well. So we'll see who we'll have next on the stream, but
Yep.
Bella's doing her Bella stuff. Jill of all trades.
What was the score? 6-3?
6-3. Michael got a break and run at the end of that rack there.
I saw that. It's crazy.
Yep. But yeah.
Strong.
I got a little time, or am I going right away?
You got time.
You got
Hour?
time.
You got, yeah. I have
Yeah.
to wait till this is filled before we can go to stage 2. So you're good.
Yep.
You're chilling.
Is this to get to stage 2? Do I need
This
one more to get
is
to
nope.
stage 2?
You're already.
You're already in
going-
stage 2.
I'm already in, so it's a
Yeah.
redraw.
It's gonna be a
Redraw single elimination,
Yeah.
correct. Folks in the chat, thanks for listening. That was just Michael checking in. He's
this
still on
is
the
at the
winner's
end of
side.
stage 2.
So he's with that last win, it puts him already in stage 2, which is where Bella's going to do a redraw, and it's going to be a single elimination from there out. All right, we're going to put you on mute for a brief pause, and we'll be back.
Also, twice, Yeah, I did the hand weight twice.
All right, folks, we have a definite treat for you here. Two fan favorites. I know Reyes is local, but Thomas Haas, I personally call him the people's champ. He is such a great player. It's definitely a treat to watch. So it's going to be Reyes against Haas, racing the 6. Still on the winner's side. The winner, we're still on the winner's side, and stay tuned. Hey, folks, they were just warming up. Now they're getting ready to lag, so we're going to go back to being live. This should be a great, great match, racing the 6. You know, Thomas always plays great. Reyes wins the lag. First up.
So the U.S. Open is playing at the same time as the China Open?
No, this one. The Pennsylvania Open. The qualifier for this one.
Okay.
Yeah. What this is a qualifier for, rather, you know. During the time of the Pennsylvania Open, the China Open in Shanghai is going on, so Mike's like,
Yeah,
if he
if I had a
qualifies.
chance to go to that one, I'd go to that China.
Exactly. All right. Reyes to break.
So sorry.
No worries.
I should just copy and paste moving forward.
No, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. Raphael, when you go back and look at this, we fix your name. Don't worry, buddy. We think you're Rad, but your name's not Radiel. All good.
He is rad.
All right. Thomas has a fairly routine cut on the 1. He's going to have to use inside to kill it to hold the angle for the 2.
I think it just.
A little tricky there on that. Raphael's going to save him behind the 5. I don't think it leaked out. Thomas is going to have to go to the air to clip the 1.
If I sit down and eat, and I'll call you if I just grab something. Just come back and I'll check it over.
All right, folks, we're back in action. I got mesmerized by Bella's working the bracket there. I'm being nosy. I need to stay on my job on this microphone and stop watching her.
He's fine. He's going to the stage, yeah. Stage 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we need him to get top 4 plus anything. Oh, you didn't split with me.
No, you got Steve. Yeah, good job. You did, yeah. Let's see.
So
4th. One more.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
Steve. I got your ass.
we're split.
No, you're going to China. You.
Is that your first loss?
Is that your first loss?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yes,
you're still
you
in
do.
it.
You're still in it.
Minimum of 1 more game.
I'm gonna put you up soon. Do you want to grab something to drink?
No,
Okay.
I don't believe no.
Okay.
Kind of like a scrappy match, folks. I'm here. I'm just taking a peek at it. It's weird because the table is pretty spread. It's just
That's okay.
falling funny to get to the 2 to the 3, and it's just a little scrappy match right now until someone opens it up. So if Rafi puts a good stroke on this, he's going to come 2 rails behind the 3. Should be okay
Me? Yes, yeah.
if it doesn't scratch. Okay.
Chris Von Esch and Yao Lu on table 4. Table 4. YouTube.
Under first break or under yours?
I have spammed it everywhere. So if you go to WNT Facebook, I put in a discussion. I put on First Break group. I put it on Loudoun County Billiards page. I put it on my page.
Okay, but, so I can go to your page and find it.
Exactly.
There we go. That's easier.
Yeah.
All right. Rafi's going to put a back cut here. He's going to come off the top, the long rail, and he needs to watch out for the 9 blocking the angle. So he needs to be very careful. Okay, he struck that well. He can go forward, or he'd probably elect to pull it back and have the cue go towards the center of the table. Or he's going to pull it straight back and actually have the 6. Yes, just like it. There we go.
Just have it going one time through.
It's just streaming now.
So will you post it later or no?
It'll be posted after 12 hours, so you can go back to just.
See my errors?
Yeah. I was supposed to record a whole thing. I didn't record the matches.
As long as you didn't record mine.
Well, it's recorded. You just gotta go back to it.
No. All right.
Hey, it's how you learn, right? By watching yourself.
Oh man. All right. Rafi's gonna pull this back one rail, go towards the long rail, get behind the 8.
What was it? What's the score?
6-3.
Looks like 4.
Is it 6-4?
Looks like 4.
Was he on table 5?
Yeah.
No, it's 6-4.
It's 6-4.
Yeah,
When it changes colors, it's a 5.
it's 5. Yeah, he was on table 5. All right, so Rafi's taking what the table gives him. He needs to just stay down and follow through. 9 in the top left corner. I've seen him drill like 3 of these when he was practicing for his last match. So he should make this. He might actually punch it in. Just stay down and follow through. Swish. There we go. Rafi's the first to strike.
Table 5. Oh, sorry. Table 3, Emil Baca and Bill Woods. Table 3, Emil Baca, Bill Woods. I'm gonna go eat. You want to sit next to him? And sure. Y'all can commentate together. Put the mic here in the middle. And
Sure.
Y'all do whatever you
Go eat.
I don't know if it stretches that far.
I got seltzer.
You good?
Yeah, thank you. Keep it wherever you want.
Yeah, I don't want to mess it up too much. It's good. Yeah, I just got it. She was doing a bunch of. All right, Rafi to break. Rack number 2, racing to 6. Both are still on the winner's side.
One ball's coming a little low.
Yeah.
He's hitting a little thin.
Yep. That 2-9 might be wire. That's interesting. I don't think he's going to go for that, though. He'd probably go for the 2, the corner towards the 8. Ooh. This 2 might be wired. This 2 might be wired for a 2-9.
Not quite. He's all looking. Oh, isn't that cute? You guys are dressed similar.
I know.
Yeah, we both suck this turn. We'll wear the other ones next because these are jinx now.
He is going for the 2-9. Slightly off angle.
Yeah. Quick win there for him. He'll need it. Definitely need it. That's an Eric. Another pitcher. We just gotta
Alright.
get out more.
Rafi back on the break.
Rack number 3.
Let's see if
Racing
he can
6.
cut it. If he hits a little thicker, we should see that one ball going straight to the side. And that should keep the cue ball up a little bit higher on the table.
Yep. Watch the 8. Watch the 1 and the 8.
One ball straight into the side. Lays up nice for the 2 ball. This should be a pretty open rack. I only see the 5 ball being a slight issue.
This is a little tricky. He's going to use running English to keep the angle for the 3, but you need to be careful that, if that inside spin takes wrong, it's going to spit the ball out. So,
I would probably punch this out if I were shooting it.
Yep.
Just slight angle, just punch it out and take a little bit more angle on the 3.
yep.
Don't try to force it. And that's what he did.
Did he get enough? Do you think he has?
He
think
can
has
he
enough?
can see it, but he's a little bad on angle, a little close to the rail, so he's gonna have to jack up just a little bit if he wants to pull it back, or he's gonna have to spin it around 2 rails, maybe catching the 3rd to get over to that 4.
I think he might have to catch that 3rd rail. That's a great point there.
But that's a lot of
Still a lot of juice on
force
that. Yeah,
force
a lot
follow
of
to
juice
get that in.
yeah. Great point there.
He's
Should've
jacking
been
up. He's gonna draw it back just a little bit, stun it back out.
Yeah, those are tough. It's like what Robert and I were talking about. Is whichever way you want to go with that spin. When you have that force follow or that force draw, that contact point is a little bit. It's almost like you have to adjust for it, right, Robert?
Yeah.
It's like because it's not.
That contact point gets a lot smaller
Yeah.
because you can't cheat anything into the pocket at that speed.
Yep.
He did get fortunate by that 5 rolling up to cover up that 3 ball for him. He's gonna be left with a lot of distance on this one.
Yeah, but they've been, Rafi's been shooting him pretty straight. I've seen him
He
practice a few of these before he started. He was sitting in the pocket, so we'll see.
He's on a slightly wrong angle. If he draws it back, it's going to be going towards the long rail on the right side of the table. So he's either going to have to come with a good draw to pull it all the way back, or he's going to have to play it a little bit forward and play an angle on the 4.
Thank you.
He decided to play the angle,
Yeah,
play
played the angle
forward.
very well. Great speed there.
This is simple. A little bit
Tic-tac-toe
of
from here.
little bit of right English just to kill
Center
it.
of the
Comes
table.
across,
Yep.
and then
5
after
on the
that,
side.
it's
Wow, this is a good match here for Raphael. If he can get another bead, oof. Thomas Haas is no slouch. Everyone knows his accomplishments the last few years. I've seen him beat Fedor Gorst here in a tournament about a year and so ago. So he's definitely capable to string a few together. So Rafi needs to keep his foot on the gas pedal.
he left himself just a little bit of angle. He able to play it forward, play it just off the rail.
Yep.
natural shape. Line
Corner,
top,
corner on the 6-7, right?
corner, 6-7. That's puts you all top English. Every shot from here on out, is top English. Just roll it forward. Now he wants to consider how he's gonna play the 7 ball, because if he gets a little too high on it, a little too close to the middle of the table, his cue ball is going to be going away from the 8 ball or the 9 ball when he makes the 8. So if it were me, I would play this to play a little bit further down the table, play it into the long rail so he can play a nice easy roll up on the 8 and make the 9 easier.
He's striking the ball really good, Robert. His speed is really good. He elected to keep some distance there, but I'm all for it. I mean, he has a straight-in shot here, no?
Slightly off straight,
Just
but perfect
slightly,
to play
yeah.
top English.
Just kill
come
it.
off the bottom rail, come up.
9 ball in the corner.
He played that with great speed.
Oh, yeah. No, he's juicing it. He's coming off the bottom rail.
Yeah, he's going to play a little bit top. He's going to roll it back up to where the cue ball's just below that line. Ooh, he hit a little soft.
Too soft. But he's going to come across.
If I'm playing this, I'm going to play with a
Inside.
top and a little bit of inside
Yeah.
and come back and forth across the table. That's going to give me a nice small angle on the 9 ball, which is ideal for shooting it down these rails.
It's deceiving. He's just gonna roll. Look at the table.
It says deceiving.
Yeah.
He's probably
No, he's using 12 o'clock. He's going back and forth.
He could just roll it.
the angle. Tell me the angle in there was a lot different than what you can see there.
Yeah.
Yeah. These camera angles are a little bit deceiving.
Yeah, get you.
When you're looking at the actual table, it's a little bit deceiving. It's a pretty routine shot for Rafi. Another one down.
Nicely done.
Wow, racing to 6-4-0. What a great start from Raphael.
Thompson's got to really pick it up. Hope that there's a slight chink in Rafi's armor on this next break. Give him a chance so he's not playing against the hill.
Yeah.
Now let's see if Rafi can remember what he did on that last break and make the 1 ball into the side. You're also going to want to watch the 3 ball. If he hits it a little bit off and misses the 1, the 3's usually the next one to go from the side that he's breaking on. Now 1 ball went a little high, so he hit that a little thin. Had a lot more speed going down, but he can't see the 1 ball.
Not at all. This is going to be an interesting push out here.
And I believe he hit it thin enough that he kissed the 6 ball in, which was the wing ball. So he's doing a rollout here. Let's see where he leaves it.
Ooh, he gave it just a little hair. Just a hair.
So Thomas can see maybe a quarter of this ball. It's going to be hard to play a good safe off of this because the 1 ball is going to want to travel around or travel back across the table.
About as best as he can do with that shot there. It's a good little trap though for Raphael. It's a really great decision. Needs to jump on this opportunity.
He's getting better. I told us. made some crazy outs, but you made some little goofy mistakes. But that's what practicing is for.
Oh, for sure. It's about raising our basic, not our super.
So as you can see, Rafi's going to want to stay a little bit or high on this 2-ball, so he doesn't have to contend with the 5 when he gets back down for the 3. The 3's on the bottom rail, and if he can stay a little high, it's a simple draw with a little bit of outside, and that'll take it right down. He just has to get past the cluster of balls that's there.
I found out.
He's addressing the ball a little high, so he might
Yeah,
be
he's
rolling
running. He's running forward 2 rails out. I don't know.
He might be trying to go and play it up
Oh
table.
wow.
He played that a little soft.
If he had to, yeah, that's what I was saying. That fell a little short.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do? He's
He-
gonna
he's
dress
about
him
a-
up behind the 5, or
He's about 3/4 of a diamond short on that, so he might cut this down.
I think he's gonna leave the. I think he's gonna leave the cue behind the 5 and just kick the 2-ball up table.
I don't think he can see enough of it. If he wanted to go for it, he could play with low and outside, cut it down here to the bottom right corner, and run it around 4 rails to get back to the 3. But that's a risky shot. He just played a simple safety, try leaving space and get the 5 in between there. He didn't quite get there. He left a view on the 2. I don't think Thomas can see the whole thing. He might be able to see the whole thing, but that's a difficult combination. 2 to the 8, shooting off the rail.
That is tough, especially you're down 4-0, right? You gotta space and time in the moment. It is a tough one. Oof. These are short races. If someone gets the jump on you 4-0, I don't care how good you are, you still got a little bit of. You still have a little sense of nerve there where you gotta get the engine going. Yeah, I think he can only see just enough to.
He can see the whole front of the ball, but he can't see the right side of it. He tried playing it soft, playing a safety shot, just
Rafi's
leaked out
gonna
behind
bank
the
this.
4. Rafi can bank this with popping a little bit inside and come back for that 3.
I think this is a dead bank for Rafi. He just needs to get behind the 3 and keep that angle, and this should be another out.
The natural angle from the bank is to put it out to the right towards the middle of the table, making a difficult shot on the 3. But we have great conditions here over at first break. He played
Oh, he
safe.
plays
He rolled
smart.
up.
What a great safety.
That is a great safety. He
great
left
safety.
that cue ball frozen on
I
the
tell
3
you,
ball.
that 2-9 is wired too, but he'll probably run a whole rack out if he gets it. That is a tough safety. That was a really good safety play. You know, Raphael's doing a good job, Robert, just, playing at his pace, not trying to do too much. What a shot.
Great kick.
Oh my gosh, what a shot. What a kick.
That's a
There you
great
go.
kick.
It's easy to kick a ball when that's all you can see is where you hit
Yeah.
He executed that perfectly.
Yeah.
I believe
And he
he
got
got a
him.
little
I think he
coverage
got
with
him,
the 4
too.
ball.
Rafi was in his chair, I'm sure, thinking like, oof, I got this.
I think Rafi
And
might
now-
go for the jump bank on that 2 ball. He pulled out the short cue for this one. It's a low risk jump bank here because natural angle is going to bring the cue ball down towards the 3, which gives him a little cover. The only thing he doesn't want to do is hit it completely straight. if he comes a little short on this bank, it's going to leave the 2 ball in a better position for Thomas. Rafi hit the 4 on the way over,
Something to practice. Something to practice.
but he
on,
moved that
yeah.
4 ball into a bad place for Mr. Haas. She's up there eating that. Alright, so Thomas played that around to get a little bit of angle. Hope that he would stay a little closer to get a better view on the 3 ball. I believe he can't see enough to make it, but hopefully he can see enough to play good safety out of this. So he skimmed it, came across. He laid that cue ball right up on the 8 ball. That's a great safety by Thomas. The camera angle doesn't show it well, but that 8 ball is completely blocking his view of the 3. It's just blocking the whole edge of it. He's going to go for kicking off the bottom rail with a lot of right side English. He's just hoping to make good solid contact on it. Push the 3 ball down to the center of the bottom rail. Oh, he's shooting past the 4 and trying to draw it up. 3 ball needs to slow down if Rafi's gonna. It did slow down. This left Thomas Haas with a jump shot. He's gonna kick at this. That was a great hit. He left a odd combination for the 3-9. It looks as if the 3-9 looks like Rafi's gonna play that 3-9 combo up to the corner. Lower risk on this 3-9 combo. If he misses it, he is going to leave Thomas Haas a shot, but it's going to be a long shot for him to get back to. Rafi has another option of playing a slight cut on the 3 to play the 9 into the side. That offers a little bit more protection for him. But I'm walking around looking at it, shaking out the nerves, but I believe he's going to go for that 3-9 up to the corner. And he got it. Watch out, cue ball. All right, Rafi got it. That's 5-0 for Rafi. Puts him on the hill. Thomas Haas really needs to pick up this next rack so he can start to get a package together. Rafi's playing an incredibly smart pool right now. Stayed very attacking when he needed to. I think we might have had a miscount on the score. The beads are showing 4-0. Rafi hit that one ball a little thin, so when he came back across the table, he clipped the 9, went down to the pocket. It's one of the difficult parts of the break. That's why they changed the break format to give us a break box and put the 9 on the spot. It's also very important that the rack is completely square. If the rack's not square, then it will do funny things when you hit the cue ball into the side of the 1 ball. Wow, Thomas missed a pretty difficult shot on the 2 into the side to get shape. It's not an easy shot on these tables. Unfortunately, he left Rafi a pretty straight in shot to the side. It's not going to make it easy position, but Rafi should be able to just pull this straight back and should be able to get a good shot for a run out. Wow, Rafi missed that. He hit it on the near side point. Missed that. That's unusual for Rafi that we've seen in this match so far. It doesn't look like Thomas. He might be able to see a side of this too. So,
Nice.
he played beautiful safety. He barely skimmed the 2 and controlled the cue ball, sit right up behind that 7 ball. That was a great safety play by Thomas Haas. Rafi really needs to consider how he's going to hit this, because if he hits it in just the wrong way, he's going to leave Thomas a good out. Everything's spread out. Now there's no more balls that are tied up. I believe that 2 ball goes past the 4. So Thomas can play this with a little bit of top and inside. Should be able to pull it back down. He wants to cross over on the other side of the 8 and 9 back to the side where he is now, so he has a more natural angle for the 4 ball. Good shot. He controlled that very well. He stayed a little bit high, so he can play just top with a little bit of inside or top right to come above that 4. Gives him the right angle to be able to get over to that 5. Now, the 5 to the 6 is going to be a difficult shot because that 6 ball only has the pockets. It does not have the top left. So he's going to need to be careful on how he gets over to it so that he can get the 6 and get shape onto the 7. He went backwards. Okay, he's left himself plenty of angle. He should be able to play this same way he played that 4 ball. Should be able to play the 5 ball, get over. He wants to be around the 3rd diamond on the left side rail. He wants to come just past the pocket, right where he is now. That's perfect. That gives him just enough angle to be able to play 6 ball with a slight angle so he can get shape onto the 7. 7 to the 8 shouldn't be too difficult. Great shot. He's really taking his time and focusing on these shots. He really needs to put together a few racks if he wants to stay in this race. It's a very short race to 6. Cue ball needs to run. Came up a little bit short. This is a difficult shot. He's going to need to cut it, and he's going to need to run it around 4 rails to get back for that 9. I don't think that he can. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's just a little bit short on that 9 ball. Thankfully, he's right-handed. It gives him its natural angle for the side. We're going to see the cue ball run just like that 8 ball did. Wonderful. Thomas Haas is on the board. Score of 4-1. It's winner's break. 9 on the spot. Let's see what Thomas can do on this break. Alright, so it looks like Thomas hit that a little thick. That's why you see the one ball come above the side pocket, but it was a dry break. It doesn't look like Rafi has a good view of the one. He might be able to see a little bit of the right side of the one. It's hard to tell from this camera angle. Thomas should be able to take some lessons from that break, and he should be able to make minor adjustments on the next break. Rafi's rolling out. He's pushing the 4 on top of the 3. I think Thomas can see the whole one ball from here, but he instantly passed it back, so he doesn't like what he's seeing. Rafi played a safe double kiss, puts the cue ball into the corner. This might be what Thomas needs. I think he'll play the one ball into the top left corner, come back across the table for the 2. He really needs to fall with a small angle onto the 3 ball so he can stay down there for the 4. So he's going to play the one ball into the right side pocket, and he underhit that. He's left himself a little bit too much angle on that 2 ball. He's going to play it with a little bit of bottom left English rather. And he's trying to kill that 2 ball. So Thomas missed. That's a difficult shot. You're fighting against physics when you play that type of shot. But he did leave Rafi a very long shot that was pretty straight and off the rail. Rafi fired it in, but it got a little bit too much draw in there and a little bit of side. And that threw the cue ball down the table. That's good news for Thomas Haas. But it looks like he might be coming into a defense position. I think Rafi can see just enough of the 3 ball, and he's probably going to play 2 rails up and put the cue ball behind the 6, between the 6 and 8, so that that's going to leave the 3 ball down in the center of the bottom rail. It might come up a little bit, but if he hits this right, Thomas is going to have a very difficult kick at the ball. He hit it a little too thin, ran into the 6. His difficult place to be, he couldn't reach using the bridge. So he left Thomas. He can see the full ball, so he might just play a small draw shot and put the cue ball behind the 4 and run that cue ball up to the head of the table. Perfect. That's exactly what thank you. That's exactly what Thomas needed to do. It's a very difficult ball to hit on these tables. They're a little bit slick, so it's going to make it a little hard to judge that kick. ball is not frozen to the 4 ball, so he does have a little bit of room to look at and play with the angles. And it looks like he's going to go for a 1 rail kick into the 3. Just straight to the right rail and back across. That makes the kick a lot harder to judge at speed. It's a good hit by Rafi. He did leave Thomas a full view of the ball, but with that angle, it's going to be hard to get back down for that 4 ball. Thomas tried to bank it and draw it back. He hit the bank a little bit long. Cue ball ran to the 6. 3 ball came down to the bottom rail. This leaves a difficult cut for Rafi, but he can play this up and down the table. It'll probably come up and down on the other side of that little cluster if he plays this right. But it looks like he's putting a little bit of right on there. So he's playing safe. Good call, Rafi. He played that speed perfect. He left the 6 right exactly in the middle between that 3 and cue ball. Tom's gonna go for a little 2 rail kick. Try playing a little bit more safe. He bumped the 6 ball, which blocks the 3. Rafi has 2 options here. He can play the 3 ball back crossed to the bottom right pocket and play that with force follow to try getting shape on that 4, or he could play it and try banking it back across. It depends on which way he wants to go. He does have another safety option here if he wants to play into across the 3 ball. He could use the 6 as a stopper. He just barely missed the 6. I think he left a bit of that open for Thomas to see. So I don't think he has a pocketing angle, but I believe he can see part of that ball. So what you're going to see Thomas play that 3 ball up and down table and play the cue ball. Ooh, he went for the cut. Thomas is getting very aggressive with his shot making decisions. He got a bit fortunate there. I believe he's left it long, but not too difficult for Rafi. Rafi fires it in, draws it right back for perfect shape on that 4 ball. From here, Rafi just needs a little bit of top English, run it forward, play the 5 into the side. It doesn't look like that 5-9 has a combo that's worth going for. So I believe he's just going to play it up and play the 5 into the side. If he leaves it closer to the 1 diamond area of the table when he plays it forward, he's going to be able to use the 9 to help him. So he ran it a little far, but from this angle he should be able to make the 5 into the side and draw it back for shape on the 6. And from there it's not a difficult out. Not a whole lot of motion after he makes that 5 ball. Now he fell a little close to the rail here, so it's not as easy to get back on that 7 ball, because when he draws it back it's going to come a little closer to the center of the table, but it left it in a difficult spot for him to bridge. Rafi's going behind the back. Don't see a whole lot of people playing behind the back on those types of shots, but it looks like he left himself dead straight on that 7 ball. That is dead straight. So a good stop shot here. And he should be able to play the 8 ball with a little bit of top, 9 into the other side. He played this really well. And this all started from where Thomas missed that cut shot. He left an opening for Rafi, being aggressive. That might have been a shot that I took a little bit more time to consider if I were Thomas. I were down 4-1, but Thomas has a pedigree. He had a reason for the decision that he made on that. These camera angles can be a little bit tricky when you're watching it. Alright, that moves us to 5-1. Rafi is on the hill. On the hill and breaking. Thomas needs to win 5 straight right now if he wants to move forward in this tournament.
The suspense is killing me. Just right.
They are still on the winner side of this bracket. Alright, let's see if Rafi remembers the break to get that 1 ball to the side and keep shape on that 2. So it looks like he hit that 1 ball a little thick. I think that was the wing ball that went down into the corner, the 4 ball. But he did leave himself a shot on that. It's not always guaranteed when you miss the 1 ball into the side. It's hard to predict if you're going to get a shot from that. So I played a little bit of draw on that to try getting enough angle so that he could play the 2 and get better shape onto the 3. I don't know that I would have gone that route, but it depends on which pocket he wants to play the 3 ball into. He either hit that a little too hard or a little too soft. So you can see he's pointing down the angle that he needs, but that 7 ball becomes a really big ball when you're trying to get down table. So he chose to play safe. He couldn't see it very well, so he decided to play safe. It's a good option. When you start to get offline, it's a good option to be able to play safe to ensure that you can return back to the table with a favorable layout. Thomas comes around 3 rails, comes behind the 3. He did leave Rafi a shot. He has the option to play it all the way down table with enough top English to get shape onto the 5. Rafi just needs to roll this in and come off the rail to give himself enough angle to make it. He doesn't need to try to get down here to where he has perfect shape on the 5, because if he can see enough to make it the 5, he's going to be able to play the table to get to the 6. Everything's out in the open except for that 7. The 7 ball being on the rail makes it a little bit harder to play shape to get over to the 8. Rafi's still considering how he wants to hit this, whether he wants to be aggressive or safe. He does realize that he's on the hill, and it's hard to get that last rack to get over the top of the hill. It looks like he's playing with enough top English that he's going to play the 3 all the way down and come off the rail and just come out, drift down just a little bit. He left him. It was a great shot by Rafi. He played the cue ball out to where he had good angle on the 5, but he didn't try to overplay it. From here, looks like he's gonna play a little bit of low English and try to slide to come across. So he ran to the 6. Not necessarily sure that's where he wanted to go, but he did leave himself a good angle to play just natural top English to leave himself another shot on the 7. He might need to put a little bit of inside on it to get around that 9. He could also punch it in and go over, but that adds a lot of risk when you add that speed. Playing with top and a little bit of inside is increases the difficulty of the shot. As you see, Rafi missed it a little bit on the short rail side. So if Thomas cuts it to the top left, he's going to be able to run around 2 rails, maybe catching the 3rd rail for shape on the 7. If he plays it to the top right, he's going to need to play it with a lot better speed control or play it with top and a little bit of inside English to make sure that he holds for that 7. He could just roll it up with top English and runs a risk. So it looked like he was trying to play safe. It looks like he clipped the 6 and ran to the 7, which I'm not sure he was looking to do. He did leave Rafi a good view of the 6 ball. And he pushed that 7 ball over the side pocket. It's a big risk when you start running into the balls at the end of the rack, especially when your opponent's on the hill. You don't really want to run into other balls to disturb the way the table lays, unless you really need to get that broken out. So Rafi comes back with a thin cut onto the 6 ball. Not an ideal place to be, but it's better to be shooting at a table than sitting in your chair. He plays safe. That 7 ball does cover up the side pocket, so he did play that in a way that doesn't leave Thomas a lot of options if he wants to run out. You might see Thomas try playing the 6 ball back to that pocket where he's at. trying to hold it.
You can see it.
He can see the ball, but that's a very difficult cut. He's really going to have to let the cue ball loose if he wants to make that.
2 ball in the back.
Alright, so Rafi played that a smart shot. He tried to just clip it, put the 6 on the rail. He did leave Thomas a bank shot, and this is a pretty natural bank shot. It affords shape if he does make it. So he might be trying to tempt Thomas to go for it. Thomas rattles the pocket and makes it. Excellent decision, good cue ball control. So he's going to play this 7 to the side, and it looks like he's going to try killing it on the rail, leave himself a slight angle on the 8. Perfect. It lets him play a little bit of top English, come off the short rail, and come back up table for that 9. I think he might have had a little less angle than I thought, so he just drew it back a little bit, leave himself an easy cut. Makes that 9 ball look easy. We're up to 5-2. Thomas is breaking. Let's see if he still remembers the spot where Rafi was breaking from to make that 1 to the side and make that ball just below the wing ball. So he made the 1 ball to the side, but the cue ball came back up table, and the 2 stuck behind the rack. So he's probably going to push out here to slightly difficult shot. Give Rafi the option, but it's better than giving Rafi ball in hand.
It's my phone here.
So Thomas pushed out to the right side of the table. He didn't leave a view for Rafi to see it, but it does give Rafi a chance to kick at it off the bottom rail. Rafi's going to need to put a decent amount of right spin on this to get into the 2. But if he can get right into the back of the 2, he should be able to get a good kick and stick back there. Or he should be able to run the cue ball up into that cluster. Yep. Rafi also might just give it back to Thomas if he doesn't like what he saw there.
Nice out.
but it looks like he is going to take that. So he's going to play this little top right, and he's going to try coming right into the back of the 2 and running that cue ball up into the 6. Came a little far. He hit the 2 ball a little thin, which let the cue ball leak past, and the result is Thomas can now see the 2 ball. Difficult cut, but he can play safe off that. So a little bit short on speed. Thomas leaves Rafi a good shot on a good view of the 2. With this angle, if Rafi can jack up just a little bit, he should be able to pull the cue ball back off the long rail and get back to be able to see the 3 ball. Rafi didn't quite get as much power as he wanted to on that draw. He hit himself behind the 5 and the 9. He does have a 1 or 2 rail kick if he wants to kick out of the bottom right corner. He should be able to come into it and be able to get safe from there. Speed is very important on this shot. He hit a little bit too hard. He's trying to leave a little bit more distance and left Thomas a great look at the 3. Nothing's on the rail. This might be a game changer for Thomas. He might have the run out from here. He could play it forward, or he can pull it back just a couple inches and have great shape. He pulled a little bit back a bit too much. He came off the rail and it had a little bit more speed on it, so he might play this 1 or 2 rails. It looks like he's putting top on it, so just 1 rail off the bottom and back up for the 5. And that's perfect. From there, he can stop it, or he can stun it forward, bump the 9 just a little bit as a stopper, and have great shape on the 6 ball. Ooh, he tried to stun it forward and hit that 9 ball. He missed it. From here, Thomas has to decide what he's going to do. Is he going to be aggressive? He could bank the 6 and try pulling it around for shape on the 7. He could bank it back towards the bottom right. He had enough angle to cut it. That is definitely one way to play it. It's very aggressive. It shows that he's very motivated to tie up this race. Now he's kind of on an in-between angle. If he plays into the bottom right, he can draw it back, and it makes it a little more difficult. If he plays it into the bottom left, he can let it run forward just a little bit. Ooh, cue ball rattles in the pocket. He missed the 7 ball a little bit wide. He hit the long rail first, then it hit the bottom rail, ran to the 9, and left Rafi a shot from the deep inside the corner pocket into the side. If Rafi can hold this together. Ooh. Will Rafi get lucky with this roll? It appears so. That 8 ball blocks that 7 ball from going. So Thomas can gently roll off the right side of the 7, or he can roll up that direction. That's a great safety by Thomas. He's taken away the kick off the short rail by getting it close to the 8, and he's taken away the natural 2 rail and the 1 rail by using the 9. It was a great safety play. It was a great decision by Thomas. So Rafi went for it. He ended up clipping the 9. That's what I was talking about when Thomas played that safety. He took out that 2 rail with where the 9 was. Great speed by Thomas when he played that safety. So he has ball in hand, making easy work of it. Very simple. Slight stun shots, maybe a little bit of draw. Great run out by Thomas. Excellent run out. He's coming back in this race. Bringing it back to 5-3. Now let's see if Thomas can see if he can make the 1 and get shape onto the 2. Remember last break he made the 1 to the side, but the cue ball drifted up table and he wasn't able to see the 2 ball. It got caught behind the stack. So let's see if Thomas can keep the cue ball closer to the middle of the table, somewhere near where the 2 ball should end up with. Now note the 2 ball is in the back of the rack, and when you do that cut break, it doesn't have quite as much force to kick it up table, so you don't really want to pull that cue ball all the way up table unless you're really trying to hit the 1 ball a little bit more solid. So Thomas hit that 1 ball a little bit more solid. You see what happened. The 1 ball came a little high, but the 2 ball also came up table. Now looking ahead, that 2-5 is a bad little cluster there. The 2 ball doesn't really have any pockets at this point. So Rafi's probably going to like to play safe on here. He's going to play a little bottom and a little left and try putting that cue ball behind that 2-5. Excellent shot. Both balls are slightly off the rail, but I do not believe that he has a good shot on that 1 ball. I don't think you can see any part of it. So he might go for the jump shot here. He might go for the kick. Looks like he did grab the short cue out, so he's going to probably go for that jump bank, but that's not going to afford him a whole lot of position on that 2. But it's better to get a good hit than... Alright. So he made a good hit. He went for the jump bank. Like I said, he doesn't have great position on that 2 ball, but it's now Rafi's turn. That 1 ball looks like it's a little past the side pocket. It's about even with the side pocket. So it's going to be a little difficult to play it. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get the 1 ball down table. So he's playing safe. Not a bad option. He did leave a lot of room there between the cue ball, the 8, and the 6. So Thomas is able to do a 1 rail kick. Thomas played it a little light. I think the 1 ball does go by the 4 ball, but Rafi's going to have to play to break out that 2 if he's going to play this 1 ball. It is a pretty natural angle if he does cut the 1 ball in. That 2 ball, or the cue ball, is going to go towards that 2. So we'll see how he plays it. He didn't like it. He decided to play safe. That's a good option here. He took away the 1 rail kick, and he took away with a 9 ball, so he can't go up and down the table. He did leave the 2 rail kick, so Thomas could go just past the 7 with a lot of top left, and he can go long rail, short rail into the 1 ball. Oh, Thomas just barely missed that. It's the right idea, just got a little bit too much spin on it. But he hit it with about the right speed that he needed to hit it.
You're doing a great job, Robert. Thank you so much.
All right, let's see what Rafi does here. The 1 ball is not quite on the rail, but he has ball in hand. So let's see where he wants to put the cue ball to get best shape on that 2. He doesn't want to try breaking it out. It looks like he's going to try playing the 1 ball up table and just following up. Now this has a risk to it. If he hits a little short, he's not going to have a shot. If he hits a little bit long, he's not going to be able to get good shape on the 3 after he makes a 2. So let's see how he hits it here. Let's see what the speed looks like.
That's crazy.
Speed is a little slow. Hold on 1 second. So he came a little bit short. It does look like there's a little bit of air between the 2 and the 5, so he might go for the bank here and just do a small draw to maintain his shape on the 3. Oh, he's playing safe. It's a risky shot there. He did block the view of the 2 from Thomas, but he does have enough room to jump over it with natural position. A neutral jump will allow it to roll, allow the cue ball to roll off the long rail and come back out. He can also play with a little top English on that jump shot.
In order for everyone to fill in.
Redraw.
Yeah. Well, I have to wait for that. Plus, I have to wait for this. Even the losers bracket goes to.
So let's see how Thomas jumps it here.
Does that make sense?
See what his decision is. He can also draw out of it if he likes to draw better. And from the angle that he's at, it looks like he is going to try to draw it out. Ooh, just barely missed that 2 ball. But he drew it out of there, and it allowed the cue ball to come back across for a good view on the 3. Now Ralphie has a difficult shot here. It's not at natural shape, so if he plays center ball, he can use that to stun the 2 ball or a cue ball past the 9 and the 4, go up and down, and ideally he'd want to put the cue ball right in the middle of the table. It's gonna be hard to do from where he's at. He's gonna have to jack up a little bit on the rail. If he plays with top with this angle, he's gonna run into the 9 ball, and then he's not gonna be able to get back for that 3. But he can also play safe after that. So it looks like he's going to play with a little bit of top. He's playing safe. It's an interesting shot choice there. He left a 1 rail kick, which doesn't afford any real shape or guarantee of making it. It looks like that's the way Thomas is going to go. He's going to play it jacked up just slightly with right and smack the 2.
So say usually do about
And Thomas got lucky. Cue ball rolled up behind the 5. I'm not sure from this angle if Rafi can see the 2. If he can, it does look like the 2 passes between the 3 and the 6. It's going to be hard to get shaped.
No, I know what you're talking about, but yeah, I don't think he set it up like that, though.
Right, but on this one, it would just be 4 winners, and then random 4 losers would be pushed into those extra 4 spots.
You can random the 4 winners so that it's also random bracket, but
So it doesn't look like Rafi can see the 2 ball from where he's at. So he's looking for a different route to get to it.
Someone to Dunkin' Donuts, I think so.
trophy for Duncan.
Yeah.
It's me.
Was that
Rafi decided to pull out the short cue, so it looks like he's going to try jumping the edge of this 5 to make it. It's very hard to control the cue ball after this jump. So even if he does make it, there's a high chance he's going to run into the 5 or the 8. If he runs to the 8, it's going to make it a little bit harder to get shape on that
Hey, I'm
4.
so sorry to bother you. Quick question. Do you It
So he
shuffles
jumped
automatically.
over there and he hit the 2 solid, ran straight into the
Uh-huh.
2
So
ran into the
is it
6 ball and went around.
I'm getting
He left
questions. I'm getting
Thomas
questions, so I
a
just wanna be
bank shot here.
It's a random.
He also took that 4 ball off the bottom rail, which makes it a little bit easier, but it did restrict it to where the 4 ball only goes to the bottom left pocket. So Thomas went for the bank here. He tried playing it with a little top inside, and the 2 ball kicked out a little bit far, but he did get lucky, and that 2 ball rolled up to where the 5 blocks it from going in that upper left pocket.
Okay, I got you exactly.
Now Rafi could go here and go aggressive with a bank.
Yeah.
He could bank it to the top right with just a touch of draw, and that would leave him good shape on the 3. But it looks like he's going to play safe and just roll the cue ball forward into the 5.
Got it. But as far as right now, I can't do anything because it's already been started.
All right, so he left a little bit of a gap there between the cue ball and the 5.
So
That does leave a pretty decent chance for Thomas to get a good hit off one rail,
If not, then I'll
but
just have to move
it gives
forward
him a
with
lot of
the jump.
options.
Okay,
So
cool.
Thomas is going to want to hit this a little bit firm, because if he can hit it firm, he can get that 2 ball
So
down table.
What I would do is I would reach out to the person who.
Thomas might have got a little bit lucky. I think Rafi can see just a little bit of that 2 ball. So Rafi might have gotten away with it here. He might be able to see a little bit of it and play some safety here.
So
There's your bracket.
This would be.
All right, so
This plays the.
we are back. It looks like Rafi is up. He has a very difficult cut on this 2-ball, but if he can sink this 2-ball, he has a good chance of having shape on the 3.
But you want me to randomize
But it is not an easy cut from
You
here.
want me to randomize the losers. So here's what's happening, right?
As you see,
that
Rafi hit that
you're-
2-ball a little
this
thick,
is
so he
gonna get
clipped
filled,
the
right?
6.
So then everybody from here.
This is a dangerous place to
and
be.
then here and here, even though it says that you guys are both battling out with each other.
Yeah, I know that's gonna be a read.
they're gonna
Now,
be
if
injured.
Thomas wants to play safe here, he can
So
clip
I
off the
guess what I'm
right
asking,
side of the
Are
2,
you asking
and
me
he
to
can
keep
take it
this
around,
just those two?
or he can hit the left side and really spin it.
Would either be random or the 4 winners would be.
Great speed control by Thomas. It looks like he just got there, but he moved the 2-ball past the side pocket, and he controlled the 2-ball or the cue ball to get over towards the right side rail.
The 4 winners are random.
What that does is that makes it a lot more difficult, especially with the 5 there in the way. If he can see part of it, he's not going to be able to make it. He can also kick at it. Rafi can kick off the long rail and kick into the back of it. If he hits it a little too sharp, the 2-ball will go back and forth across the table. He doesn't want to hit it too thick. He wants to hit it more towards the long rail when he kicks at it, because that's going to afford him the best chance of a safety out of it.
That's what I'm trying to understand, what you're trying to get to. The winners, so let's say this is the winners, this is the losers. Bracket. This is the bracket, loser bracket, right? Right?
So Rafi's double checking his measurements here. He doesn't want to hit too far up on that long rail, because if that 2-ball is going back and forth above the 5 and 9, it's going to definitely give Thomas a good chance of having a shot. So he hit it a little soft. He came down a little far. He hit it a little far down up on the left rail, and he hit it a little too soft. So he left Thomas a good chance to play natural position.
Whoever else is a winner.
He's jacked up over the 5-ball, but it's pretty natural position to come off the long rail.
Not a place. Playing
You
against each
should be
other.
playing against the losers.
Yes.
Thomas might have overplayed this just a little bit, but he does have enough angle to where, or not, he has enough of it to be able to cut it and stay down in this half the table. Thomas went for it. Great shot. He stayed down, really dedicated the shot to that. Thomas might be out with this if he can play this 4 and draw up to the short rail and back out, or he can play it forward.
Now I understand what you're trying to ask.
Essentially,
It's hard to understand what these players are thinking when they're down there on the table. They're seeing the shots from one angle. We're seeing it from different vantage points, so it's a little bit harder to predict where they want to go. But Thomas just needs to bear down and play this. Just stay committed to the shots, and he should be able to get out from here. So he stunned it down with a little bit of left English, gave himself just a little bit of angle on that 7. He can either play a stop shot from there and do a little stun run through to have good shape on the 8, or he can play it with bottom English and really draw it back for that 8 in the same pocket. Looks like that's how he chose to do it, and now it's just a simple stop shot and then another stop shot for the 9 in the pocket. All right, there we go, Thomas. He got up. It's now 5-4. We have a game.
It's coming back.
He's making a good comeback from 4-0 to. He's making a good comeback. It's now 5-4.
Oh,
Thomas just needs one more rack, and then they'll be playing Hill.
that's exactly.
It is a very strong field here, and Rafi's been playing excellent pool today. So Thomas broke. It was a dry break, and he missed the one ball. It came just a little bit high, hit the point on that side pocket, and came back out. Rafi does have a good shot on the one ball. It is off the rail, so he has a little bit better cueing. It's going to be pretty difficult to get shape. He might just have to play this top and hope that it avoids the 5 ball and comes off the short rail and back. This isn't necessarily a shot that you want to just try rolling in. The cue ball can start getting away from you, especially when you're shooting off the rail. You also don't want to jack up on this shot, because if you jack up on this shot, it's very likely that you're going to miss it. It messes with the view of the object ball when you go to jack up on this shot on the rail. It makes it very hard to control.
Comes out with a big sword, chops the kid's head off.
All right, so it looks like Thomas just tied it up, and now we are at 5-5. This is a hill race. Thomas is on fire. He's coming back from a huge deficit, and he's just focusing and making sure that he plays a very smart game here. So let's see how this one goes. Let's see how Thomas does on the break. All right, so it looks like he made a ball on the break, but he does not have a view of the one ball, so he's gonna go airborne here. This does have a lot of opportunities afforded to it. Oh, and he rattles it out. That was close. That was very close. Jump shots are very difficult to do, especially when you have that type of distance. All right, so Rafi has a good option, a good opportunity here. He's probably gonna.
Table 8, Bethany Sykes and David Cezanna.
He's probably gonna draw this back. He just needs to get past the 4 and the 5. He got there. He needs to slow down a little bit. So he's gonna have to stun this past the 9. He's gonna have to play a center ball, maybe a little bit of left, and really just stun it past the 9. If he tries to draw it too much, he's gonna clip that 9. He'll still have a shot on the 4, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult. If he can stun it over between where the 3 and the 9 are now, and then we can, he can have good shape on the 4. Alright, so he was able to stun between there, but he did clip the 5. It left him a little bit shy on a little bit thin on the 4. I gave him an option to play the 4 into the side, and then, but the cue ball is going to be traveling pretty fast off of here, so he's going to play it up to the top rail. And let's see if he decides to draw it any, or if he's just playing it with a little bit top so he can run it forward and give himself options. The only pocket there's 2 pockets that looks like the 5 ball doesn't go into, and that's the top right and the bottom right. So he just let it go forward to avoid those 2 pockets as being a problem. Left himself good shape here. He's a little shy on where he wanted to be, so he can play this forward and leave himself a little longer shot in the 7, and then he can just let it just run forward a little bit, play the 8 and the 9's pretty natural there. So it looks like Rafi set himself up pretty good here. Let's hope that his nerves don't get to him. Plays it smart and stays down. So he decided to force follow it. Not a bad option. He did get good shape on this. Now that cue ball is going to come a little bit closer to the 8 on that short rail. And he does want to make sure he leaves himself just a little bit of angle on that 8 ball, because you don't want to be shooting this 9 ball off the rail. So he definitely wants to make sure that he plays it to give himself enough space. And it looks like he has just a slight angle. That 8 is a little bit off the rail. Let's see if he has any extra space here so he can pull it off the rail. He had very little angle there. As you notice, that cue ball hit pretty close to that pocket, but he put it with a lot of left there. Try spanning it out. This 9 ball looks dead straight. Everybody's holding their breath. Let's see if Rafi can execute this perfect stop shot here. Oh. And he rattles out of the pocket. Thomas breaks the tension with a little comment. Thomas is coming into a very difficult shot, shooting the 9 ball from this distance out of the pocket. That pocket makes it very difficult to bridge here. It's better than sitting inside the pocket. Thomas went for the bank shot here. Oh. And he left the 9 ball sitting in the pocket. He hit that 9 ball just a little bit thin. That's part of the problem when you hit out of that pocket. It's hard to judge sometimes, and he hit it just a little bit too thin. It almost went on the bank though. So we have Rafi, who took the match, and I believe that moves us on to our final round before we go to stage 2. So we'll be right back with somebody else on the stream table. Give us just 1 minute. All right, so we're gonna switch the table that we're streaming over to table 8, which is the table to the right of this, and we're going to stream Bethany Sykes versus David Zesna. Cesena. I can't say his. Cesena.
We're sorry, David. We love
Sorry,
you.
David. Still have a little bit of congestion, so I'm not able to pronounce things as clearly. Bethany is a 569, and David is a 634. So this race probably won't be too far off. I just All right, so through some technical difficulties, they're going to move over to table 7. So we're going to be watching them on the same table that we've been watching on. We just happen to have an issue with the camera that was there. It looks like we have a stale image.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about that. Just we're just gonna stream.
Alright, so we've fixed the issue on table 8, but since we've already moved them once, we're going to leave them on table 7.
You are.
So it looks like Beth needs to break first. I believe she won the lag.
Do I need to win this match to get into singles?
Yes, I do know about.
Alright, so Bethany had a great break. She made the 1 ball and the 5 ball. She hit the cue ball perfectly. It just drifted down just a little bit too much. Maybe not enough draw on it. She's pushing. Her other option was a jump shot. It's almost a straight in jump shot. So she's going to push over to the bottom rail. She's going to push over and give herself. She's giving David a clear view at the 2 with natural angle to come back into the 3. Not sure what Bethany was thinking there with her push out. David can play top English and follow this, or he can draw it back. If he draws it back, it goes back towards a long rail on the right side and affords him a better shot at the 3. If he plays it with top, it's going to give him a little bit sharper angle, but let him move up and down. There you see David went up and down. He's not going to be hampered by the 6 and the 9. And from here, he just has to play a little bit inside, and he can take it around just above the 6 to the middle of the table. He had enough to hold it with a little bit of left.
I am.
David looks like he's ready. He's fresh and ready to go here. All right. So if we have any breaks in the middle, we will pull up table 8, which has David Mudre and Thomas Haas on there, and we will be able to catch a
David
glimpse and
Mudre and
see where
Thomas
they're
Haas
at.
on table 8, please.
So David missed there, a bit uncharacteristic from where I was, but he was trying to maintain shape for that 7, but he left Bethany in a very bad place. So she has a few options here. She can play safe, bank the 6 ball and let it roll up. She decided to go for the bank of the 6 ball into the lower right, which didn't afford a whole lot of position, but she ended up getting safe because she hit the 6 ball hard enough to come back up and bump that 8 ball. Now, David can play here. He can play safe, and he can skim across the 6 ball and run the cue ball down to the bottom rail, just like that.
But it could be my tip too. I don't know.
And now Bethany's coming back to a very difficult shot. I'm not sure she can see the 6 ball.
You're on the end table, Thomas.
Table 8, Thomas. Table 8.
If she can't see it, she might have to go for a jump here. She might be able to kick at it, but that jump's not a very difficult jump. Using a break cue or a long jump cue, a lot of control comes out of there, and the bridge allows for the rail allows for natural bridging for a good jump shot. It does appear as if she can see it, or at least a piece of it. She could see all of it that she needed to see to make it. She can see the 7 ball now, but she doesn't have a good shot on it, so she could play a bank, hit it with a little bottom English, and she could play the 7 to the top left, and that affords her natural shape into the 8. This might have been a great play by Bethany. Depends on how she's feeling about her bank shots right now. She did play the bank, and she played it perfectly. She almost didn't touch a rail after she hit that 7 ball. She got excellent shape on that 8 ball. Very, very easy shot here on the 8. You just hit it, draw it back a couple inches if you want. That moves it off the rail a little bit and gives you natural shape on the 9. Bethany's feeling good. She's playing great. So she pulled it back an inch or 2, and that pulled her off the rail just enough. That gives her natural bridging for a very easy 9 ball. All right. There's rack 1 for Bethany. All right, so Bethany had a good break there. She made a ball and she conceded the one ball. She missed the one ball pretty bad, trying to force it in there so that she could get shape on that two. But she did get a little bit lucky there with that leave. The one ball doesn't have a clear pocket. David might try to pinch this one ball into the backside. Excellent. And he drew it back just enough to where he could see the two ball. Great position play. You didn't want to draw it too far, 'cause then you're going to be moving the cue ball a lot more. So you should be able to do a stop shot here, and then you should be able to draw it back just a touch where you can leave it where it's at. He probably wants to draw it back a little bit so he can control the speed between the 4 ball and the 6 ball. And it looks like the David has a good control of this. That 8 ball is going to be a little bit difficult. Looks like it's still sitting on the magic rack, and that means that it's likely frozen to the 9 ball. So it's likely frozen to the 9 ball. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to see. So David controlled that pretty well. He might try to go into this. No, he's going to play it smart. Oh, watch outside pocket. All right. So David needs to get over to the right side of the table because the only pocket that that 8 ball goes into is that left side pocket where the cue ball is now. So he can play it here. He can play it if he's in stroke. He can play it with a little sun shot and run it over. But he doesn't want to go too far. Might be a little bit too far, and he's on the rail, which is not ideal. But it's going to be a close hit. But if he hits it well, he should be able to make the 8, and the 9 ball will come to the left side rail, and it should come back out just a little bit, depending on how hard he hits it. If he hits it a little too hard, the 9 ball will go to the middle of the bottom rail. Alright, so he hit the 8 ball a little too thick. He might have been a little concerned about where it was going to be, where it was going to hit on that 9 ball. He hit the 8 ball a little thick, bringing Bethany back to the table since her first missed shot after the break with a tester. From here, she has a good option to make the 8 into the top left pocket, but that cue ball is going to be traveling towards the top right, and it's a danger. So she can avoid that by jacking up just a little bit and playing center. So she needs to hit it that way, just jacked up, hit center ball, and that'll stun the cue ball over to the long rail. Or she can try to really force follow. If she tries to just roll it forward, and there's the scratch I was talking about. She barely missed that 8 ball, and that cue ball went straight into the heart of the pocket. It's a risky shot, and it's very difficult to get, especially when it's sitting on the rail like that. Ball in hand, David played a very simple, easy shot. Make the 9, bringing us up to a 1-1 rate, or 1-1 score line.
Oh, you need the mouse? I'm sorry. You could just tell me.
Alright, so we're going to jump over and let you see a little bit of what's happening on table 8. This is not the score for table 8. I believe it's 1-0 in Tommy's favor.
Want more Genji?
Just to give you an idea of where we're at for on this table 8, that's the other match that's waiting before we move over to round 2, which goes to single elimination. So David's about to break, and we're back to where we're at. I believe this is David's first break. of this match. So let's see how David breaks it. Let's see if he's going for the cut break to put the one on the side, or see if he's looking to make the 5 ball in the bottom right corner. Alright, so it wasn't the 5 ball, it was the 4 ball that went into the bottom right corner. So from this angle, it does not appear as if David has a good shot in the 1. 3 ball blocks it, but it doesn't have enough angle to make it a carom shot. Let's see what David does here. He might try cutting the 1 into the top rail and bringing the cue ball back across behind the 2, but that takes a lot of control. And it looks like he almost made it into the side. Looks like he went to go cut it to bring the cue ball up and down table, but clipped the 3 ball. So he left Bethany jacked up over the 2 ball, but a pretty easy shot in the side. And then that'll afford her pretty natural position to play a stun shot to get up and down for the 3 ball into the top right. From there, there's no other real issues with this table. So she just needs to bear down and make these first few shots, and then everything else should connect pretty naturally. Alright, so she drew it back quite a bit. She can make this. She can play just top English, but she really needs to watch the speed now, because she hits it just a little too hard. She moves it just a little bit too much. It's going to make the shot on the 3 ball very difficult. So she really needs to consider how she's going to hit it. Alright, so Bethany missed that a little wide. Left David a pretty good shot on the 2 for a natural shape. So now David can play this with just a kill shot, or he can just play it center ball and just let it roll into the short rail, come back out. That's good. He wanted to come a little bit past that pocket line. That allows him to play natural rolling position to get down there for the 6 ball on the other side. Just like that. Now from here it's just a stop shot, and then the 8 or the 7 ball is easily accessible. So let's watch David run this out. Alright, so David let this run forward, and by letting it run forward, he fell below that 8, and that makes it a little bit more difficult. He has to play that with a little bit of outside spin just so he can come around. And now it looks like he overran that position just a little bit. Good thing that it slowed up off that rail. This shot goes a lot easier if he can play with just a little bit of draw. So he's probably going to play with a little bit of draw and drag the cue ball across the table so that he can play the 9 ball into the bottom right. So David hit a little hard, but he came back across. He looks pretty good for a shot in the side. He hit it a little harder than I thought he would, but he should be pretty good on here, and that's going to bring us up to 2-1. David in the lead, and then we're gonna switch over and let you watch a little bit of another match. So looks like Thomas's. Looks like it's 1-1 on this table. Thomas is at the table. A little bit of a cluster there around the rack area, but it looks like the 9-ball and the 5-ball are both tying up the rack. So Thomas is going to try clearing that out. He can play here with a little bit of stun. He can stun run through here, and he should have a good shot in the 6. Ooh, he overran it just a little bit. So Tom's gonna think about what he did here with that angle.
So annoying. And then the next day, they keep us on the same tables. I'm like, okay, I got a good chance. Down 7-1, I come back. I was glad I came back.
Okay, so Thomas overthought that.
Came back, so I was like, all right.
He was stressing about where that cue ball was gonna go and how it's gonna hit that 9-ball. All right, back to David's break. This is his second break. Let's see how he breaks him this time. So he hit the 1 ball a little solid. He made a ball into the bottom right, I believe, and he does have a shot on the 1. It's not a great shot, but he does have a shot on it, and it does afford natural shape on the 2. He's gonna have to go up and down with this one if he cuts it in. He decides to play safe. Ooh. And he underhit that a little bit. He left Bethany a good view of this 1 ball. She can't see it completely. She can definitely spin it in. She can spin it and throw it in, and that'll give her pretty natural shape onto the 2 ball, depending on how she hits it. So if she can see enough of it to hit it in straight, she'll be able to dictate her shape a little bit better. If she has to throw it, she just has to take what the table gives her. So she just played it simple, rolled it down so she can play the 2 ball into the bottom right corner. That 4 ball is going to be a difficult ball to get to, depending on how straight this actual shot is. If she can stun it over closer to the middle of the table at that same 3rd diamond where she is now with the 2 ball, then she's going to be in great shape. But she really needs to get it over a little bit further or she's going to have to bear down on her next shot. Slow it down. Alright, that was perfect. Bethany, great stroke. Made the ball, got great shape. Now from here she just needs to bear down. Just play rolling with a little bit of top. It'll come off the long rail, leave her natural shape on the 5 and 5 to the 6, and on is good. She stunned it out a little bit, which is a little surprising, but it definitely makes it a little bit more difficult with that 7 ball where it's at. So let's see how she handles that, because right now the 7 ball is a very big ball for position play. So if she plays it with just straight inside English, she might be able to come off the rail and run into the 7, and that'll afford her shape on the 6. But if she tries to get by it, it might be a little too much. Yeah, see? She bumped the 7 there, and that set the cue ball up a lot higher. So now she has a very thin cut on the 6. She can bank the 6, or she can play safe. She can split the table and use that 7 ball as a blocker if she's not comfortable with this shot. So Bethany went for the cut with a little bit of outside. That gave her a little bit more protection. It looks like that 6 ball, David can see it, and it's a very thin cut, but it is the shot line. So if David can see it, and David likes it, he can definitely play to make the 6 ball, and that's going to run the cue ball around. Should be about 4 rails, and then he only has to worry about really the 9 ball to block this shot on the 7. So let's see how David decides to play it. He can kick behind it, and he can move the cue ball, leave the cue ball up there behind the 7, or he can cut the 6 ball and go for it. Ooh, he cut the 6-ball a little thick. And he's giving Bethany a shot. A little bit better shot than he had, actually. It's a little bit more meat on it, which means she can play it with just natural top. And just a little bit top English. And cue ball roll in and out of that top left pocket. And if she hits it at the right speed, she should have a good shot in the 7. What she doesn't want to do here, she doesn't want to baby it. That's a difficult angle to shoot into the side, and it's going to be a very difficult angle to get down to the bottom right corner. So she hit it with enough speed, but she hit a little too thin. She caught the long rail side, so the 6-ball rattled in the pocket, but she had good shape on the 7. She just needs to bear down on those shots just a little bit more, and she should get right back into stroke and get back into this race.
We all know that.
So David elected to either shoot in the side pocket or shoot it all the way down. If I were to take the shot, I would shoot it all the way down because that lets me take the cue ball off the long rail and back across for the 8-ball. And it looks like David's going to draw back, and he decides to bank it. That was an interesting shot choice. But now David is straight in on the 8 with a 9 on the spot. Makes it a pretty basic run out from here. All right, David's up 3-1, and we're gonna move over to table 8, where we just missed a jump shot by Thomas Haas on the 3-ball. I believe the score now is 2-1. I believe that's in favor of Thomas, but I might be wrong.
He knows it's not making his money. He's gonna make more money by having casual players in here than a tournament. He knows. We know it.
And then with the, but someone has to, that's a difficult thing. He's actually worked for a pool manager, like a manager.
So the other David decided to play safe on Thomas there. It was a great safety shot. He left him a small gap. So Thomas is going to kick at that. Good hit. He hit on the backside, but it looks like it's going to leak out and give David a shot. Let's go back over to table 7. David is about to break. Let's see how David breaks this one. He's had some good breaks so far. He's still hitting that 1-ball very thick. He had a dry break, but he hit that 1-ball a little thick, and that brings both the 1-ball up table and the cue ball, but it does not guarantee a shot. With the 9-ball in the spot, you really have to look at how you're going to break them. If you're going to use a lot of force and hit it solid like that, there's no guarantee of a ball going in. And if you do the cut break, you really have to account for if you're going for the 1 or you're going for the ball below the wing. So Bethany's pretty straight here. So she does have an option. She can elevate ever so slightly and do more of a force follow, which is going to kick the cue ball off that short rail, or just like that. Now Bethany has a pretty natural shot for the 2-ball into the side, but that 3-ball doesn't pass the 6, so she's probably going to be looking at either safe or she's going to be looking at making that combo. But Bethany really has to bear down and really focus on this. Okay, so Bethany decided to draw across the table to make 3 into the bottom right. That 5 ball is a big ball, and it blocks quite a bit of that pocket, but these are 4.5-inch pockets, so she should have room here. It just makes the pocket a lot tighter. She needs to watch out for that cue ball because it's going to bump that 6. And now she's going to have a long shot in the 4. Not too difficult. She should be able to play it with a little bit more than rolling or speed, and she should have a good shot on the 5. Getting from the 5 to the 6 and to get shape from the 6 to the 7 is going to be the most challenging part of this rack. So take your time on this one, and I would play it to get a little bit closer on the 5 if you can, and you play that by going rail first with a little bit of top, and when it should bounce closer to that 7 ball, and that'll give you a slight angle on the 5, and that'll let her get out. But she really needs to focus on this shot here, because this shot is going to set her up for having good shape for the rest of this rack or fighting out of this rack. Okay, so she hit the rail pretty hard on that and came pretty steep into it. So the cue ball ran around 2 extra rails, but that left her almost straight in on that 5. And that's one of the problems I was talking about. You don't want to be straight on this ball from too far away. She is half a table closer than she would have been if she had just rolled it, but it's still a nervy shot. You really gotta hit this well, and you really have to pull it back. Otherwise, you're gonna have to play safe and watch your opponent try to kick out. All right. So she played a little force follow, came around 3 rails, in and out of the pocket, but she landed a little close to that rail. So good shape here is going to be playing with just top English and maybe a little bit of running, and she's going to go short rail, long rail, and back across the table. Now this thing needs to have a little extra pace. She hit a little light. That's one of the risks of playing that shot there, is if you played a little too light, you end up with a much more difficult shot to get shape. From here, she should be able to just play a little bit top and outside, and that'll help her to not only make the ball, but it'll help her to get shape by coming around the table back into the 8. Okay, so she drew that out of there. That's a difficult shot. A lot of risk to that shot with the table conditions. If you catch it just a little bit too good, it will go into the pocket very easily. It slides. And she got to about the same spot, so she might be more comfortable with that draw. But she is pretty far from the 8 ball. But it looks like she's gonna be okay. She just needs to bear down and make this 9 ball and get back into the race. It's still good. Yeah, we're still good. Right into the heart of the pocket. Cue ball's going to slow down just in time. Alright, we have 2 to 3 with Bethany breaking again. Let's jump over to the other table and see how they're doing. So it looks like it is 2-2 right now. So we have a tie game, and David has a tester coming up right here. That 7 ball, if he makes it into the top left, doesn't afford natural shape. He can run it forward far enough to where he can shoot the 8 into the side, but that's not a very easy position to get to the 9. Alright. Looks like Bethany's about to break, so we'll switch back over. Let's see if Bethany has a good break like she did the first break. Oh. So looked like she caught that. I think that was a little thin. I believe that caught just below the side pocket, but you saw a cluster of balls go over to that bottom right pocket. Made the rack a little bit more messy. David does have a shot here. He should be able to roll it forward, whether he uses a rail or not. He can use the rail with top English. He makes the one. The 2-6 combo is available. He is on the rail, so he doesn't have a whole lot of options for creating shape out of this 2-6 combo, but rolling speed should be fine with the 3-ball where it is. That allows him to play for shape on the next shot. He went a little bit firm, and that squirted out the 2-ball a little bit. So he doesn't have a great shot on the 2, and it's going to make it even harder to get shape on the 3. That 4-ball and the 9-ball are still sitting in the template, so the 4-ball only has the left side pocket. David played safe, and he left Bethany jacked up over the 3-ball. The 2 into the side is a makeable shot, and she can, if she jacks up enough, she can keep shape for that 3-ball. But Bethany's going to be considering when she shoots at this 2-ball what she's going to do for the 4. Alright, so I was talking over to the side, so I missed what happened. I missed how what happened with Bethany's shot, but David has ball in hand currently, so he's also going to be thinking the same thing. There's only one pocket for that 4-ball, so he really has to consider how he wants to play this. He can play to break it out, or he can play to get good shape on the 3 to make it back into the right line for the 4. Good news is, from the 4, as long as he doesn't come over, like we saw in the last time he shot that, is as long as he doesn't come too high like where he is now, he has good way to make shape on the 5. An update on table 8, which is Thomas Haas versus the other David. It is now 3-2. David is up. David made a great shot on that 3-ball. He's in a better place to make the 4. Barely rolls it in, and he nudges the 9, which is good. That gives him a good shape to good angle to get that 5-ball into the pocket and pull it back. He's right about in that line where you would consider doing a draw or a follow shot, but it's off the rail, so he's going to draw it back, use that space to really get good shape on that 7. From here, it's very simple rolling shot. You can play with a little top right or a little right, and it'll come right back out and give him good shape on the 8. David did stop a little bit short, so he is jacked up a little bit over that 9, but it's not a problem for David. He's a little bit short on this 9, but easy cut. He just has to focus on it. You can't lose focus on these types of shots, or they tend to rattle in the pocket. All right, we are at 4-2 with David breaking. Moving back over to table 8, we have David shooting against Thomas Haas. David went a little bit aggressive there with that position, and it did not pay off. He came back and forth, and he bumped into that 8, but he can see the 4. He just doesn't have a pocket for the 4, so he really has to consider how he wants to hit this. He could thin it on the right side and run the cue ball over and try hiding it behind either the 7 or the 9. Depends on what speed he wants to hit it with. I would recommend hitting it to get shape on, or to hide it behind the 9. That affords you the most protection. David underhit it just a touch. So Thomas has come to the table with a good view. It looks like the players on table 7 took a slight break. So we'll sit here and we'll watch and see what Thomas Haas and David Moodsray does. Thomas played a safe. Left the cue ball in a difficult position and moved the 4 ball almost to the head rail. It's an excellent position if you're trying to play safe. If you don't have a ball to hide behind, leaving a long distance and leaving a difficult angle is definitely the best option you have. David went for a very slow and precise bank shot, and it hung up. Oh my goodness. All right, so Thomas has come back to the table. He can't see the 4, but the 4 is hung deep into that pocket. He might be able to squeeze through that between the 5 and the 8. Great shot by Thomas. Now he can play it to the bottom right with a little bit of stun. Just drag it over so he has good shape on the 6. 6 to the 7's not an easy shot. You really have to consider where you're going. It's not a gimme position. Thomas leaves himself a slight angle. So he's probably going to come back across the table closer to the 8, hitting between the 2nd and 3rd diamond. And that'll leave him perfect shape for the 7 and the out. He didn't get enough draw on that, and that's a risk. Thomas just came a little bit short on that. And now now he's got to figure out what he's going to do. Now, table 7's players are back. So we are about to switch back over to there. But before that, we're going to watch Thomas's masse into the... Alright, so they're discussing the rules here. Tommy said that his cue hit it, and David is saying yes as long as it didn't disturb the path of the cue ball, which it didn't. So we had a good shot, and now David's come to the table with a very difficult shot. But let's go back over to table 7 where we were originally streaming. So David's still hitting very thick on the 1 ball. So he can see just a little bit of this 1 ball. I believe he can see the angle to cut it, but that's a very thin cut at this distance, and it does not guarantee shape on that 2 ball. That 2 ball does not pass the 8 ball. It does not go into the side, so either it's being played into the bottom right corner or it's being banked at this point. David tried to play safe. He hid Bethany behind that 4 ball and 7 ball. And he took away the one rail going down to the foot of the table, but he left open pretty easy queuing for Bethany to go 2 rails from the short rail to the long rail to save him back. Let's see if Bethany can execute. She needs to go, she can do 1 rail into the 1 and hit it pretty full, and that should move the 1 ball down table, and the cue ball should roll back up behind that 7 ball. Let's see if she can hit it good. Oh, she hit a little too thick. She hit a little too thick and got a double kiss out of it. Good news is Bethany did make a good hit, so she's not giving up ball in hand, which makes it a little bit harder for David to get good position on the 2, but he drew over for a bank shot. But the cue ball's a little tight, so when he draws this, he's got to watch out for that double kiss, and he really has to draw it back so he can get shape on that 3. David decided to play safe. He let Bethany see the entire ball, but he hit it there. A good shot here would be a kick and stick off the long rail, hit behind the 2, kick it across and back and forth to where the 2 comes back to settle by the 5, and the cue ball should sit with top English. Cue ball should sit right behind that 8 ball. But you really have to be precise when you kick into this. It looks like that 2 ball might be a little too close to the rail to get behind it. So let's see what Bethany decides to do here. Oh, beautiful shot. Bethany just banks it clean in between the 4 and the 7, and she comes off the rail enough to give herself good shape to come from the 3 back to the 4. If Bethany can get from the 3 to the 4 with good shape, she should be out this rack. That was a great bank shot. It didn't look from here, it didn't look like it would go between those 2. Bethany rattles it in the pocket. From here, it looks like David can see enough of the 3 ball to either make it or at least throw the ball in, and that affords him natural position from the 3 to the 4, and so it might be David's rack. David just needs to stay in line, and he should be good. From here, David can play center ball, bump into the 7, and then that gives him better shape on the 5. Alright, so David stayed low on this, and I'm not sure why he wanted to stay straight, but it looks like he's very straight on this 7 ball. He might have a little bit of angle, but he's definitely going to spin it. And he got a little bit, got a little sharp on this 8 ball.
Dunkin' Donuts? It's out. It's out.
Alright, so David played a good safety here. He split the balls up and down the table. He didn't leave either one of them on the rail, though, so he gave her a little bit of a breathing room when it comes to playing this shot. A good shot from here for Bethany would be to do a half ball hit on the 8 and let the cue ball go 2 rails and float into the 9. That'd be a great shot here. It's very natural, but you have to be very precise, and it carries a lot of risk to it. So she played the half ball hit on the 8 that way, but she hit way too hard. If you hit it way too hard, that's what happens. The 8 ball will leak out. It's closer to a rolling speed. You have to give the cue ball time to hit those 2 rails and slow down. She left David near the rail and left the 8 ball almost straight, so this is a difficult shot here. It's a 50-yard line shot. Either Bethany can play it as a bank shot, she can cut it up to the top and draw it past the side pocket, or she can cut it back into the side pocket. And it's really hard to tell till you get down on the table on which is going to be your best angle. Oh, and that's a risk when you try to cut it into the side. You're flirting with that corner pocket. Bethany left David with an off straight angle to the corner or a slight cut to the side. I favor the shot to the corner a little bit more because it affords you the leeway of hiding behind the 9 without messing with the long rail on the right side of the table. So I'd favor the top left corner there. You can roll it forward or you can draw it back. You have plenty of options for your pockets. And looks like David favored that too, and he just rolled it forward to come in on and off the left side rail. And that gives him a pretty decent shot on the 9. Nineball is down. So it is now 5-2, David over Bethany. And we're going to switch back over, see what's happening on table 8. Looks like it is 4-3. Thomas Haas is up. So Thomas Haas is up on table 8, 4-3. David is up 5-2 on table 7. Let's see if David goes back and hits the 1 ball as thick as he has been hitting it. Reminder, when you hit that 1 ball that thick, there's no guarantee of a ball going in. The angles are not conducive for making a ball when you hit it that thick. So dry break leads to Bethany. It's a long shot, but it's definitely makeable, and it comes with position. So if Bethany can bear down, make this 1 ball, she should have natural shape on the 2. The 3 does not have a good angle for a pocket. If it may squeeze past the 5 into the left side, it definitely goes into the right side, but it does not go into any other pocket. So Bethany really has to consider how she plays position on this 2. This 2 to this 3 is going to be very difficult. So she left herself a slight angle. So let's see if she decides to draw it back out and go short rail, long rail across the table, and see if she goes that way or how she decides to play this. She just wants to make sure whichever way she goes, she fully commits to it. Because if you don't commit to the shot, you can undershoot it, and then she wouldn't have any shot on the 3 ball. So she decided to stun the ball. That didn't leave her a great angle for the 3. It's very hard to get a lot of momentum when you are stunning a ball, especially with that slight of an angle. So she played a safety and hit David behind that 5. That was a great shot by Bethany. She realized she didn't have a good shot with the 3, and she played an excellent safety. It's a very good recovery by Bethany. So David's now looking at a 2-rail kick. He's gonna go to the right and do a 2-rail kick and try hitting the 3 ball. Don't know if he's trying to hit the 3 ball thin or hit it full. He hit it with a little bottom, and that shortened up the angle quite a bit. And so you see the cue ball came off the short rail very high. Bethany has ball in hand. Getting from the 3 to the 4 can be a little challenging. You have the 9 and the 5 in the way. There's a good amount of distance. But it looks like from here she's just going to line it up a little less straight, a little more straight than what you'd think. She's going to try drawing it back across the table. She's going to try playing it over towards like the 2.5 diamond mark on the right side. If she can get over there, she has a good shot in the 4, and then she should have the rack. It's pretty open after that point. Bethany hit the 3 ball way thick, and you see the 3 ball was coming back down towards the bottom right pocket. It's almost like a 1 pocket shot, but the 5 ball was in the way, so she clipped it, and she got lucky and left David a very bad position shot. So David's probably just gonna spin behind this and do a kick and stick. But he didn't get enough behind it, so the cue ball still had some motion to it. So he left Bethany a very long shot. It is a scratch shot if she were going to make it in the top left. So she might go for the bank and let it naturally roll behind the 7. She also could chop at the 3s, the right side of the 3, miss the 7, and come back down behind the 5 and 9. That'd be a good shot there, is to hit the right side of the 3 and then go 3 rails and hide behind the 5 and the 9. And that leaves a 3 ball towards the top rail. She went for the bank and ran to the 4. She did not get lucky, though. You hear saying drop. She didn't get lucky. She left the 3 ball sitting right in the heart of the pocket, but she tied up the 4 and the 6. So David, if he were to play this, he could play bottom and go rail first off the long rail and go right into the 4 just like that. But now he's hampered himself. He's shooting over the 9. He can't see the full 4 ball. What he really needs to hit here is he needs to hit it full and roll the cue ball off the short rail back into the 5. He needs to play a lock-up safety if he wants to win this rack and win this race. So David should probably grab the bridge and just focus on getting a good hit to bank the 4. He's stretching an awful lot here, and I don't think he can get that angle. So he's gonna, if he can't get that angle, he's gonna kick at it. He's gonna do a 2-rail kick at it, and hope he gets lucky on that. He did not get lucky on that. David has left a shot. Bethany could play this 4 ball into the side with a little bit of bottom. That 5 passes between the 6 and the 8. If Bethany can make this, if she can make the 4 and get good shape on the 5, she could win this rack. She could come back into this race pretty strong if she's just bears down and makes this 4 ball. It does look like Bethany is aiming down just a little bit on it. Let's see if she gets lucky. Now Bethany did leave a shot for David. David can play with just top, or he can play it center ball if he can drag it around to get good shape on the 5. David just pretty much just needs to pot this ball, and he's guaranteed to have a good look at the 5 ball. See if he hits a little bit thinner, the cue ball travels a little further down, giving him a better shot. But David hit a little too thick and left Bethany a straight-in shot to the side. Bethany should be able to roll this into the rail with top right and spin it just off the rail, giving herself a little angle on the 5. She doesn't want to come off too far, but she doesn't want to bridge off the rail, and that'll give her... Oh, and Bethany tried to come all the way back across. She left herself a difficult shot here. The 5 ball does pass between those balls, but she left herself a much more difficult shot than she could have. But this comes with guaranteed position. There's very low risk if she does make it. And if she rattles in the pocket, she could get safe. The trick here is not to do too much. So she missed the shot. She hit the 8 and then the 6, but she got lucky and got covered up by the 6. David's gonna have to go rail first. He's gonna have to play this with a little bit of bottom to make a slightly more acute angle here. And if he can... Alright, so he didn't try to make the ball. He's just trying to make a good hit. He left Bethany in a bad place. Bethany can cut this. She is hampered on her cueing a little bit, and she is going to have to run into that 8. But if Bethany just slices this in, she should be able to get some type of shape as long as she doesn't jump the cue ball off the table. Okay, she was able to get around the 8. Didn't look like she had enough angle to get around the 8, but she was. So from here, Bethany just needs to deal with the 9 ball that she's jacked up over, just to get shape on the 7. Watch outside pocket. Oh, she caught the point. Bethany's very fortunate she caught the point on that. That would have been a devastating scratch at this point in the race.
Now, when you are in training, you don't get paid, but as soon as, if you want to work the event like after training, $10 an hour.
It's difficult bridging off the rail. Bethany cut it a little thin. She left David a good angle to make the 7 to get back down to the 8. I think that might be it for this race. David just has to close it out real quick. So David came up a little bit short on this 8 or 9 ball. He put a lot of power into that 7 ball to get to the 8, and he came up a little bit short on that 9 ball. David, no problem for David. David sinks the 9 ball, and that is over. Let's switch back over and watch table 8, and I'll verbally walk you through the scores over there. So right now we have
Okay, it's black slacks, black.
We have Thomas Haas versus David Mudry, and it looks like Thomas is at 5 and David is at 3.
Oh, see that? Okay, yes, you would be. It's terrible. You just get a tighter shirt. It's okay. You'll have white stripes with black stripes. That's why we call it ribbon. But you, right. Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
All right, so David leaves a
Just stand here.
long shot. Cue ball is on the rail. Long shot, and not a difficult shot, just long and off the rail makes it a lot more challenging.
Oh shit.
All right, so we've updated the score over here, so now we're watching what's actually the score on table 8.
What was their score?
All right, so David made that, or Thomas made that 9 ball, and that ends that match too at 6-3. Stand by while we get ready to move over into a redraw, and then we'll have some more streaming back for you.
Hi, everyone. We are about to start then stage 2. Please stay tuned. We'll be right with you. Thanks. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. Thank you. back. We're back, guys. We're back. We are back up and running. We have Ilya Kozlov and Chris Von Esch playing each other race to 7, a single elimination for the free entry to the PA Open happening in Philadelphia at Bluegrass Billiards in September. Back live.
We are back from technical difficulties. We just redrew round 2, which will have the final 8 is now single elimination. This first match, I believe, is a race to 7, and then it will go to a race to 8, and then the finals will be a race to 9. So we should have 2 tables that we can switch back and forth between, just like we were, and that will be table 8, which is where we're set up right now. That's Ilya Kozlov versus Chris Von Esch.
And I was grateful to have him and
And then for table 7,
kind of have them do their thing.
I believe we have Emil Baca and Rafa.
Here with some shots from his project. In order for him to get the job, they need to see the first lightning. So they were like, you only get 10 minutes.
But for now, we'll focus on table 8. Ilya is breaking.
Took shots like that. And then I came back in here, and I was very grateful to I didn't get that beat. But usually it's nice because pro players.
So it looks like Ilya had a dry break and he left Chris a shot.
I know. I'm surprised. So you lug a lot of heavy. Yeah, around. Was he like cartons or anything? Huge cartons.
Chris tried to cut in with a little bit inside. He almost got lucky and hid behind the 8, but it leaked out. Ilya can see the 1. The 2 ball is in a very difficult position right now. There's no pocket for the 2 that's direct except for the top left. Everything else is going to be a pretty severe cut to get into or a throw.
It didn't hurt. It hurt.
Ilya was playing a good safe. He spun off the left side. He left a very, very bad place for Chris. Chris, if he shoots that directly, he might be able to cheat the side. He might be able to beat it, but he's not going to have good shape on the 2. So it's going to be turned into a safety battle once we get this one down.
So you don't have to do anything on the other stuff. I told you to laundry mat. I think it's easy. There's machines. But if those happen, yes, you can push it. No, you're fine. It's not let's see you push it.
So Chris tried to play safety. He tried to play it forward and get up behind the 9. It came up a little bit shy. It ran onto the other side of the 9, and the 1 ball died a little bit short.
Did someone take it?
Alright, so Ilya is now looking at this to figure out what his options are. He came a little too low on the 2. If he would have been a little bit higher, he would have been able to play it a little bit easier behind the 7 and really play a good lockup safety. So it looks like he's going to play 2 into the 5 and then roll. Okay. He's able to skim past the 5 and put the cue ball a little higher up on the table. Chris can see the whole ball here, so he really has to decide what he wants to do. I favor banking it to hide behind the 5. But Chris decided to use the 5 as a blocker ball, and that turned out pretty well for him. It put the 4 and the 9 directly in between the 2. 3 ball is still sitting on the bottom rail, so it's likely that Ilya isn't going to jump at this. So Ilya's going to try kicking at this off the short rail and spinning into it.
Thank you.
That was a great attempt by Ilya. He got a good hit.
I was.
Unfortunately, he
I'm
left
the rack police.
Chris a pretty easy shot into the side with a forwarded position. Chris just has to roll this forward and not get caught behind the 7. Wow. Can Chris see this? Wish we had a little bit different camera angle. I think he's just partially hampered by it. But that 4 ball's also not in a great place. No, he's getting down on it like he can see it. I believe Chris got just far enough to where he can actually see the 4 into the side. The rack's going to cause a little bit of an issue. You'll see it slide there. Alright, so he decided to play a bank shot, or he tried to play into the side, and he just tried to draw out of it. He missed, but he got pretty lucky there. Unfortunately, Ilya is really tall, and he's going to be able to stretch over and hit this more naturally than a lot of shorter players. Ilya's like 6'5". He has a lot of reach that comes with that. Alright, so he spun into it and got a good hit. However, he left Chris with a great leave. Chris has a pretty easy run out from here. He just has to play this forward, come out across the table, and once he gets on the 5, he should be set, but commentator's curse. Chris runs into the 9. Chris was able to make that, and he has a very long shot. It does squeak by the 9, and that affords him position on the 7 if he rolls forward. Great shot by Chris. He controlled the cue ball well. He held it up a little bit higher, so he's able to play shape whether we want to play above or below the 8. I prefer playing above, so drawing it back. And now he can just play it to stun down the table. Just a little bit of a draw or a stun. Alright, that was a great out by Chris with this 9. We're just waiting on this 9. And alright, that's game 1. Chris von Esch. Let's move back over to table 7, see what's going on over there. The score is 1-0. We just missed a jump shot by Emil, and he left it in the pocket. So we gotta really see what Rafi's gonna do here. He might play it forward and play the bank on the 2, or he might try taking the combo of the 2-6. Right now, I think he's favoring that 2-6 combo. It does afford him a little bit better position to get back to the 3. The 4 and 5 are pretty tied up though. So yeah, so Rafi's got good position on the 2. He can get back to the 3, but I don't know how he's gonna break out the 4-5. He might try it here with a little top left and go directly into it and just take a little bit awkward shot on the 3 ball. So Chris broke. He made a ball on the break. He did miss the one to the side, but he has a shot in the 1. It's a little bit thin, and the 2 is hampered by the 9. So he has to make a decision now when he shoots this 1 ball to figure out whether he's going to come to the right side or the left side. That's going to make a big difference on how he plays out the rest of this rack. And that was just half-hearted safety by Chris. Chris gave up on that shot a little bit, and you'll notice the 1 ball didn't make it to the bottom rail, and the cue ball didn't make it up behind the 8. So he left Ilya a great shot on the 1 ball, giving him pretty easy shape onto the 2 ball. Ilya looks like he has just enough angle to where he can play it with a little bit of top, or he can draw it back. If he gets a little bit thin, that 9 ball is natural protection from the scratch. Ooh, a rare miss from Ilya, but the bank doesn't afford Chris a good shape on the 2. Chris could play the bank on the 1 and then play it with a little bit of top and maybe a little bit of inside and try to hold it for the 2. Chris decided to play safe and play the 1 next to the 5 and then move it up table. Great save by Chris. Definitely moved it out of the way and made it a lot more difficult. I believe the 8 is just a little bit in the way, so Ilya's going to have to swerve the cue ball if he wants to go 2 rails into the 1, or he's going to have to put a lot of spin on it, a lot of side spin, and run the risk of it sliding. You'll notice Ilya is jacking up ever so slightly because of where it's at on the rail, And that's going to give a little bit extra spin. So Ilya had a good hit, but he left a shot on the one for Chris with, and Chris plays it with just top, maybe a little top inside to the top left pocket. He should be able to see that too and get a good shot in that 2-ball. I believe Chris is going to play safe though. Chris just played an up and down safe. And a little hard on the speed. You'll notice the cue ball came off the head rail and the 1 ball bounced up a little bit from the foot rail. He played it just a little bit too hard in the speed and gave Ilya a chance. Ilya's going to fire at this one. Another miss by Ilya. 1 ball, double kiss off to 6. That 1 ball is now available to go into that bottom pocket. If it had frozen to it, that 1 ball wouldn't go into that pocket, and Chris would be in trouble here. But that double kiss, you can see the gap there, and that allowed Chris to get a hold of it and make it. I don't know what Chris was thinking there. He hit that pretty hard. He drew it back pretty far. I'm not sure what he was thinking there by moving the, or it ain't like that. Made a good kick, good recovery. He did leave Ilya unable to see the ball. So Ilya's probably going to kick at this. He doesn't seem to favor the jump. I would prefer to jump this shot for its more natural position, but kicking it can come with good things if you get a good hit. A future issue in this rack is going to be the position from the 4 to the 5. So you really have to consider that when you play safe. You have to consider where you're going to leave the ball. So if your opponent does make it, making it more difficult to get shape, for them to be able to make shape from the 2 difficult balls that are ahead. So Chris is jacking up a little bit. He's going to pull it back and try to get near the same position, maybe a little bit further away. And from here, he could go either way. He could force follow, or he could power draw this back and get good shape on it. He's aiming high on the ball. He's going to force follow, and that's a risk. That is the risk. When you have to force follow, you really have to develop that stroke. Otherwise, if you hit it just slightly off, you'll catch the near side point, and you'll rattle it out of the pocket like that. Good news is he did leave Ilya very long on this, so it's long and fairly straight. Ilya definitely has the cue power to be able to force follow through this. I believe he has enough angle to come in and out of that corner pocket, top left corner pocket. He might also try ripping it back with a good draw shot. He's going to force follow in and out of that pocket. You can see him playing top English there. He might have a touch of inside English on it. Okay. Ilya decided to play a safety shot, I believe. He might have been going for that, but that might have been a 2-way. He didn't leave a good shot for Chris. Chris can always cut it back into the top left, and that'll run the cue ball around 5 rails to get to the 5. But it's a missable shot, and it's also missable on your shape. It's very easy to overrun it when you're shooting there. Alright, Chris made a good bank on that. He was hoping to run into that 5, and that would have scored the 5 towards the bottom right pocket, and that would have given him great shape. He came up a little bit short on that. And here's a difference you'll see between Chris and Ilya. Ilya's a lot taller, so he'd be able to stretch across and actually see that ball a little bit better. So Chris and I were talking before this. Oh, he hit it just a hair too hard. If Chris were to hit that softer, he would have had a good coverage by the 6 ball, and he would have been able to play good safety on Ilya. He just hit it just a little bit too hard. It's common for people shooting with the bridge to be a little bit off on their speed control. Most people tend to hit it a little bit too soft with the bridge.
Wrong title.
All right.
We had 189 views. That's what's up. Thanks, guys.
Thank you guys for putting up with the commentary here. Ilya is playing pretty strong here. He had a good recovery shot there, and then good position on 7. He should be out with how he's been shooting. This is should be a simple stun over to the rail and stun back out to the middle of the table. He doesn't want to leave himself too sharp on this though, so he doesn't want to really draw. Alright, so he played a little softer. He got a little closer, but he played a little softer. And that's a little bit of a preference on what people like to shoot. Alright, so now it is 1-1 with Ilya breaking. Alright, so we're going to watch Emil break. Let's see if he's still going with a really heavy break on the 1 ball, but he was able to make the 3 and the 2 and the 6, I believe that was. So we switch back over to Ilya and Chris. Let's see Ilya's break. I practicing with them before we came back, and I believe he made 3 balls on the break and had good shape on the rest of the table. So this cut break that you'll see Ilya do is very, very technical and can result in a really good break with enough practice. So Ilya hit it. I believe that was just a little too thin. So it's a dry break. Not a great view of the 1 ball for Chris, but Chris is happy to be back at the table to be able to shoot this. Alright, so Chris squeaked it in. I don't think he can see that 2 by that 6.
What happened? Is it stuck?
Okay, so Chris was able to
It fell in there?
Chris was able to get that out. Hold on. And that was a difficult shot for Ilya. That was a tough miss, though. So he moved the 3-ball over to the left side of the table, and he left the 2-ball hanging in front of the table, or in front of the pocket. Chris has a great opportunity here. He pulls it back just enough to be able to just small draw, make the 3 into the side, and a small draw will give him good shape onto the 5. And from there, Chris should be out. All right, I believe that was 3-1. Sorry, I keep getting distracted there. We had a player have a magnetic chalk holder fall down the table. And these are red badge diamonds, so there's only one access hole, and we didn't have a stick long enough to get in there. So we got that resolved now. That was over on table 7, so I'm going to try to be a little bit more attentive from now on. That was a great kick by Chris. I know you guys couldn't see it because of the camera angle, but he kicked the 2 in. It went off the 5, but now he's shooting out of the pocket. Very difficult shot, and Chris just fired at it. Not a bad lead by Chris. Ilya may actually try to bank this into the right side pocket. He can bank this with a little bit of draw and come over, and that 8 ball is going to help him out. That makes it a huge pocket. So Ilya might actually try to bank the 3 ball into the right side. He may just try rolling it forward and playing safe because the 6 ball does cover up that bottom right pocket. Kind of just depends on how Ilya's feeling when he addresses the ball. He decided to play safe. I can't tell from this angle if he got it. Chris may be able to see a little slice of this. If he can, he's definitely going to cut it up towards the top right pocket and bring the cue ball down to the bottom rail and try nestling it up with that 5 ball. That would give him the best placement for safety. Oh, Chris just barely overhit it. Ilya might actually have a look at this 3 ball. If he can make this 3 ball and remain relatively in the position of where the 3 is now with the cue ball, Ilya might actually have this rack. So he just needs to maintain a little bit of an angle so he can go 1 rail off the 4, get shape on the 5, and then from there he's home free. This is a cue ball foul only tournament. Oh, that's interesting. It's a cue ball foul only event. You notice his shaft did touch the 5 ball before he struck the cue ball, but did not touch the cue ball, so that's fine. He jacked up to hit 3. He made the 8, and then fluked in the 3 in the other corner pocket after it rattled out. But he left himself a good angle to be able to actually make the 4 with shape. He overcut it slightly. He might have gotten lucky and left himself a good place. If I were Chris, I would play a kick and stick, and I would kick to make the 4 ball in the side pocket, and that puts the cue ball on the bottom rail. Chris liked the idea of just thinning the 4 ball. That guarantees that he has a good hit, and that guarantees that he's going to put the cue ball where he wants. It was a great decision. It's not as risky. I believe Ilya cannot see it, so he might try going up and down the table. If he can go up and down the table and do a direct or come rail first into the 4, no, Ilya's gonna swerve around. You'll see him jacking up his cue there. Look at his bridge. You can try spinning around that 7. I think he hit it a little too hard. I think the cue ball was still sliding and it hadn't had time to grab on the cloth, which would have given it a Alright, Chris needs to be careful here. When you're moving the cue ball around with your cue, if you bump that cue ball into a pocket, that's ball in hand foul back to your opponent. So you can use your cue to move the cue ball. You can't use it in a stroking motion, and if it touches another ball, or if the cue ball touches another ball or goes into a pocket, it's a ball in hand foul back to your opponent. That happened to Emil earlier today. He dropped the cue ball and it touched the ball that he was trying to place it next to. Generally, it's a little bit of an oversight when you do that. Now, Chris used his shaft and accidentally moved the 7 ball when he shot, and he was asking Ilya to replace it. Ilya is saying that he would like to leave it. I think he's going to move it back to where it was. He's asking Bella for clarification on this rule. All right. So, sorry, we were having a discussion there. Chris accidentally moved the 7 ball with his cue. If you saw that in the last rack, Chris accidentally moved the 7 ball, and Illy was asking if he had to move it back, and it was based on whether he remembered where it was. And he chose the option not to move it back because he wasn't sure exactly where it was. And we were having a separate discussion here at the commentator's booth on if he should have moved it back or not.
Just tournaments.
That was an excellent break by Ilya. He made the one to the side. He stayed down table for the 2. 2 does not have a pocket. However, he is set up in the ideal place to play the 2-8 combo. And if he can play the 2-8 combo and maintain shape, play just a stop shot if he can, or pull back the cue ball just ever so slightly, he should be able to then, if he makes the 8 ball, he should be able to make the 2 and get good shape onto the 3. If he can do that, Ilya is out. Okay, Ilya choked on that one. He hit a little too hard. Let's see what Chris does there.
Thank you for tuning in. This is Bellarina, also known as Queen Bee, here at the WNT PA Open Qualifier event. We have Ilya against Chris, currently at 3-3, race to 7. This is the single elimination bracket. We are. This will be the 7th race to 7. The next bracket would be race to 8, and then the last final match would be race to 9. We appreciate everybody who has joined in to watch this event. We appreciate all the players that have actually played today. We had 17 players. We have a good hefty Calcutta today, which is amazing. Illa trying to make the 2 in the corner pocket, and then ended up making one amazing save. Chris has to be careful not to be able to scratch on the 2 and hit the 9 first. Unfortunately, what gives ball in hand to Ilya. Ilya will need to pull the cue to the 5 and does it beautifully to make it in the side pocket. And gives a good setup for the 6-9 combo possibility. With a stop shot would be a... Oh, well, never mind. Still with a 6-9 combo. Ilya has a good run out here by making the 7 in the corner pocket, the 8 on the other corner pocket, and the 9 in the same pocket as the 7.
A little bit. A couple braided runs. Never felt comfortable.
Ilya's trying to make sure that he does not touch the ball while he's making this shot. Just the 8 ball. And does so beautifully, bringing the cue ball back to making the 8 in the corner pocket. This would put Ilya in a 4-3 race. And Ilya made that shot, which makes it a 4-3 race. Ilya at 4.
Almost good. Hit it almost really good.
3 more races for Ilya and 4 for Chris. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Y'all can chat with us in the chats. We appreciate the staff at First Break Sports Bar for making this event happen. And to also Anthony Luong for allowing us to have this happen here at First Break. We appreciate you so very much. It's a 9-ball format, 9 in the spot, 2 in the back. Break box, break only. Ilya with the break. Made the 1 on the side pocket and the 6 as well. Amazing break by Ilya. Well, leaves open with the 2 with a long shot. But by making the 2 in the corner pocket, we'll leave him good enough rolls to be able to make the 4 on the bottom pocket. Oh, look, we have 8 viewers on YouTube right now. Yay! Beautiful shot made and leaves him a great leave on the 4. And the puzzle piece comes together. Makes the 4 in the corner, 5 in the other corner. Make the 7 in the top right corner. The plan has been made.
He sucks.
We appreciate you all tuning in. We are almost at the home stretch. This is the top 8. Top 8. One of the matches just completed, Steve Fleming against Thomas Haas. With a 7-4, Thomas advances to the next round, where the matches increases to 8 race. Thomas is waiting to be able to play whoever wins against Ilya and versus Chris match, which is the current match that you are watching right now. Beautiful leave on the 9. And we'll potentially close this out as a 5-3 race. That concludes this one and puts Ilya at 5-3. I appreciate everybody who had commentated today. That was Madison Ortiz earlier this afternoon, along with Robert Sofa, who's been commentating for a couple of hours. I appreciate y'all so very much. Ilya breaks again because he won the previous rack. Oh, that one almost went to the side pocket. And does not leave a great lead for Chris. Chris can potentially push here. Be a very smart move to do so. But we'll see what he does. I think he's trying to go for it. And he is. Chris has not been rated, but joined this tournament today. And he's been doing it really, really well. He does play in a league that does not use Fargo rates, so he will be established by playing today's event. Ilya made the one in the corner. That puts the race to 5-4. Great run by Chris for the win. 5-4 race. Ilya needs 2. Chris needs 3. Ilya can draw this shot back with the 6 to make the 7 on the side pocket, 8 in the corner, and then 9 in the corner. We'll see what he does. A bit too much, or I think he went all the way around. Now he's trying to make the combo 7-9. Oh, tried and unfortunately missed and lived the shot super long. Ilya is now on the hill. Won that rack. 6-4 to Ilya. And Ilya is about to break. This winner of this match will get to play Thomas Haas. The other two brackets are still going on. Rafael Reyes against Emil Baca. And Michael Yednak against David Cezena. Made that 1 in the side pocket. And the 5. No. The 1 in the side pocket. Leave, really great leave on the 2. Maybe a really good break. Run out. So Ilya wins the match 7-4 and advances to play Thomas Haas. And we are still waiting for the other matches to be complete. Raphael against Emil and Michael against David. David is on the hill.
Yeah. He didn't move his coin.
We are waiting for one more match to be completed to be able to start the other set, the race to 8. Stay tuned. And oh, look who it is! Carlos Ruiz! This is a race to 8 with Thomas Haas and Ilya Kozlov. They're in the second, let's say, bracket. Kind of, not really. This will be the one before the final match. So whoever wins this semifinal. Thank you so much. I love you. I love you, Bethany. So brain fried. Yes, so this is semifinals, race to 8. Then whoever wins this advances to the finals, which will be a race to 9. There is still another match being completed. They apparently just finished. And yet to be determined who won, and I can be able to start the next match, semifinal match, soon. And what's the verdict?
7-6 me. Use the little voice run over. Ready?
Okay.
Thank you.
What a comeback. That is amazing. All right. So now we have this other match, which is going to be Michael Yednek against Rafael Reyes. That would be playing on table 8 after he comes back from the little boy's room. So stay tuned and have fun. We are at 4-3. Thomas is up. This is the last. This is the top 4 money round for this event. The race is to 8. Thomas needs 4 more. Ilya needs 5. Thomas tries to create a safe against Ilya. This is the WNT PA Open Qualifier event. This is a qualifier event for the PA Open happening in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, at Bluegrass Billiards, September 12th. I believe the pot is now $10,000. So it's a really good opportunity to get in to win some big money. Ila's going to try to hit the 5 off the rail. And it was not successful. So gives ball in hand to Thomas. For a potential combo shot, 6 and 9 potentially. And I think Thomas is going to take it. Or try to make the 6. Which he does, makes a 7. Hopefully uses the rail to roll out to make the 8 all the way back at the top, which he does. Make the 8 in the corner and the 9 in the corner as well, which will put Thomas at a 4-4 even, or actually a 5-3 race. Excellent shot. And just has the 9. This will give Thomas a lead and break on this rack. Thomas needs 3 more because it is a race to 8 in the semifinals. And in the final will be a race to 9. We appreciate you joining in and tuning in. It is 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. Thomas breaks, tries to make the 1 on the side, which he does. And a little sliver of the 2. Not quite make it into a pocket, but potentially probably end up playing a safe. Excellent safety by Thomas. Which now makes it a little bit difficult. I think Ilya can kind of see a little bit. Not quite, but he may try and jump this. May try and jump this. May not. May not. He's thinking about it. He's not going to jump. He's actually going to try and hit the sliver of the 2. Oh, wow. And he was able to do so. Leaves Thomas visible shot to make the 2 in the corner pocket. And plays it safe. I believe Eli is going to try also to make a save or trying to make it into a left corner pocket. Which I think the latter. Very good safety. You can actually see the 2 though. Thomas can. Can't make it straight, but can still see the 2. Wow, Thomas was able to make the shot in the corner pocket and leaving a little bit open with, a very tight leave. It's going to be very difficult to be able to hit this shot, but potentially I may need to watch it if they call me. Which I don't think they are, but. Oh, wow. What a safety. Man, that was good. I would play another safety, but Ilya can see a little bit of the 3 behind the 9. A smart move would be able to play safety and bring the ball back all the way. Just barely touch the 3. Oh, and he did. Wow, what a safety. What a safety. Thank you for tuning in, everyone. I see there's a lot of people coming in watching this match. My name is Bellarina, also known as Queen Bee. I'm the tournament director today at the WNT Qualifier event for the PA Open happening at Bluegrass Billiards in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We are at the top 4. This is the semifinals, race to 8. The last final match is a race to 9. And the winner gets a free entry to the PA Open. We appreciate all the players that have arrived today. We had 17 players, which was amazing. And we have a beefed up Calcutta, which is awesome. We have Thomas Haas against Ilya Kozlov. And the other table, on table 6, we have Rafael Reyes and Michael Yednak. Rafael is local. Michael is from New York, Brooklyn, I believe. Ilya lives locally, and also Thomas is from Pennsylvania. So 2 players coming from far distance for this event. I am so honored. I will be starting a chip tournament here at First Break Sports Bar beginning August 18th on Sundays. It would start at 1 or 2 o'clock p.m. It'll be a 9-ball format. If you are interested, please reach out to me and let me know you'd like to be on the list. What a leave. I may need to check this out. Hold on one second. What a crazy safety. And what a comeback. Oh, what a comeback. Wow. 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 Some intense pull here. I think Ilya's going to try to sliver that 5 a little bit and be able to try and make a side pocket. It's going to be very difficult, but oh, wow, what a shot. And not scratching. Amazing. Amazing. The difficult part is leaving the 7. In this situation, he may potentially make a combo to the 9. It's going to be also a little bit hard, but doable. It was going to make the 6 in the corner pocket, bottom left. And doing his calculations. Don't you dare scratch. Oh. I thought he was going to make the 6 in that corner pocket. Thomas goes for the 6 in the top right to try and do this run out 7, the 8, and then the 9. Oh. Unfortunately misses and leaves open for Ilya to make the 6 in the corner pocket. We had a professional photographer today, and he did some amazing pictures, some really cool videos, and we're very excited. Amazing lead by Thomas. This is going to be one hell of a fight. Which makes it so much more exciting. Oh, and Ilya makes an amazing shot to be able to at least hit the 6 and not get ball in hand to Thomas. Thomas is going to play another safety right here. Beautifully done. Man, that is gorgeous. He's going to try to make this 6 around the 8 to make it all the way down, potentially. Or there's a top left corner. Ooh, amazing still. Leaves open for Thomas. At least it's not a ball in hand. If you are watching and listening, your feedback is great. I have Dimitri here trying to talk to me. Well, you can commentate with me if you want. No, you don't want to talk to the people? Look, we have 11 viewers. Come on. There are people watching. If you are watching, feel free to give us any feedback. Talk to us through the chat if you'd like. We'd love to hear you. Don't scratch. No. That's always a toughie, you know. I always do those shots too. And then I'm like, I know I'm not going to scratch. There's no way. And then I scratch. You know? It's a very touchy. Wow, and that was beautiful. Able to get that 9 out of that little rut over there. Wow. Amazing. Amazing.
Oh, sorry.
Beautiful shot. Thomas is now up 4, so it's a 5-4 race at the moment. Right? Am I right? Yes. 5-4.
5-3. Look, there's a black and.
It was 3. It was 3, and it's 5-4.
Did he just make a?
He didn't even move the bracket yet.
Oh, so it's 5-4.
After you made it, yeah.
6-3, I guess.
It's 5. It's hold on. Oh my gosh, they were so right. Huh?
I still believe it.
I added 1 to Thomas. Yes, I added 1 to the wrong one.
Oh, okay.
So it was 6-3. Sorry, my bad. It's Saturday at 9 o'clock.
That's right now.
Yep, that's how many people have viewed us already during the whole day. Yeah, that's how many views we've had. Right now we have 7 viewers, which is awesome. Hi, oh, you're welcome, Steve. It's a pleasure. Just a heads up to anybody that's watching right now, we are at almost 10 hours streaming. So for the finals, I'm going to create a new one just so that we have enough bandwidth for the final. YouTube only allows 12 hours of streaming, and we're at 10 hours. So just a little heads up. You'll get a new, I'll post a new link for the finale. Thomas has 2, needs 2, and Ilya needs 5 to be able to win. It's a race to 8. This is the semifinals. What a safety by Ilya. Amazing. Good job. Who's that 4-2 on this one? Can you see this one? This one? Who's that 4-2 over there? Oh, just tell me the color.
That's what he said, 4-2.
Yeah. Who's is it the black bead 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Who's not following?
Amazing, man. This is a safety dance. It's a safety dance. You can dance. You can dance. Everybody look at your pants. The safety dance. Oh, so close. So close. Gives ball in hand to Ilya. Man, that was so close. These are 9-foot diamond tables. I love playing here at first break because of the tight pockets. I believe it's a 4 1/4 length. Keeps me on my toes and my accuracy. If you are in the area and you would like to join a 10-ball league on Monday nights, feel free to contact me. We are starting league next week, August 12th at 7 p.m. Yay, we have more people watching. Just a heads up, I will be streaming on a new live because YouTube can only record up to 12 hours. So after this match is done, I will be posting a new live link. Thank you for the likes, y'all. 2 likes on this video. This is great. Ilya playing a great safety. Beautiful shot. I believe Thomas can try. No. I think so. No. Barely. No. He'll have to bank it to hit the 3. Nice hit. Better than giving ball in hand. Because that 4 looks pretty sweet with a combo shot. Oh, you're welcome. Please stay tuned. I will be sending out a new live link for the next finals. So please be on the lookout. I will stop this stream and start a new one. So just a heads up. My name is Bellarina Smellarina. You can follow me on Facebook. If you'd like to join a tip tournament, I will be starting one on August 18th here at First Break Sports Bar. It will be a 9-ball format, starting at 2 o'clock. Please reach out to me if you'd like to sign up. Ilya, try to make that combo. Unfortunately, it did not go in. Oh, wow. What a shot. Very nice, Thomas. On making the 6 on the side pocket. Very slow hit on the 4. Now he's going to go for the 4 on the side to bring her back around for the 5. Oh, actually, I didn't even see that. I didn't see that. Nice shot. He's going to try to bank this. Oh, he tried to cut it. Wow, what a cut shot. What? That was so slow-mo. Dang, I want to learn how to do that. I don't even know how to do that. Dimitri, you know how to do that? That slow cut? Did you make that slow cut? It's so crazy. I would scratch on those things. I would scratch on those shots. That is crazy sauce. The magic that is done on these tables today have been amazing. We had some really great players today. We had Bethany Sykes here, Steve Fleming, brand new players too. It's been a great day. Oh, is that gonna go in the side pocket? Oh my gosh. This is a good easy run out. I would take the 7 all the way down with the 8 in the corner and then the 9 on the other corner. Thomas might take it to the side pocket to bring the 8 back down, which is what he's doing. 8 on the side, 9 in the corner. There it is. And that closes this round out. Thomas at 7 with Ilya at 3. Thomas is already on the hill. One more match would give Thomas the win. The rack is somewhere. It's magic, so it's a magic trick. Is it on the floor?
Or the windowsill.
Oh, the windowsill? It's magic.
I don't know how I seen that from over here.
That's why they call it a magic rack, because it's magic. Trying to make jokes here. It's a tough crowd. Someone up there playing poker someone put something on his back that says "kick me." Oh, yeah.
Did you see it?
That's funny. Yeah, they mess around like that.
I was tempted, but
Oh, they mess around with each other a lot. Thomas made the 1 on the side pocket. Always consistent with that break, making it on the side, which is amazing and a very good strategy to be able to still stay on the table. It's a very good breakout. Very good run out, too. Very good possibility. Ooh, get out of there. Visibility 3. Bank shot. Side pocket. So you can be able to see the 4, which I think he's going to go for. And he did, and he made it beautifully. Great job. Very good. Now he's going to try to make the 4 and leave himself with the 5-9 combo. Definitely doable if he leaves himself a really good leave. Beautiful. A little bit more would give him a better shot on the combo, but it's still doable. Oh, and he didn't even go for it? Okay. I would have. I mean, it is a lot of money, though, so I wouldn't want to risk all of it for. But I'm a risk taker. That's what I do. Smart move on Thomas. Makes a 6. Very nice. 7, 8, 9. Beautiful shot. Wow. Amazing. Holy smokes. I think he might just be able to take it all. Amazing leave. Look at that. And this closeout. What a match against Thomas and Ilya. Gives Thomas an 8. Whew. What a match. We are right now going to, I'll give you an update on the other one. I think it's a 4, is it 4-2? Is it 5-2 now? 4-3? Is that a 4-3? 4-4?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's a 4-4 race. That's a very nice. Let's go. All right. We are waiting for the match for Michael Jednak and Rafael Reyes. Once that is complete, we'll be able to start the finals. I will be ending this stream and starting a new one just so that we have enough time for streaming time, because YouTube only does 12 hours of streaming. We've done 10 hours thus far. We appreciate you. I'm going to stop the streaming. I'm going to restart it and send it again through the Facebook group. So stay tuned, and thank you so much for participating. We appreciate you all.